Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all participants. I am Atmanan, Chairman IOC India, former Director of National Institute of Ocean Technology, India, a volunteer for IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society, Marine Technology Society, and Ocean Society of India. Presently a visiting professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India. Respected Dr. Peter Hogan, former chair IOC, and lead speaker, Mr. Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam, Chairman of Organizing Committee, Dr. Ariel Troisi, Chair of IOC, Dr. Vladimir, Executive Secretary IOC, Mr. Justin, Program Specialist IOC, all other distinguished speakers, chairpersons, organizing committee members, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you are keeping safe during this trying pandemic time. It is my pleasure to welcome you all, excuse me, to this Indian Ocean Blue Economy Summit, webinar on blue economy in the Indian Ocean region towards UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainability 2021-2030, being organized by IOC India and co-organized by international organizations like IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society, Marine Technology Society, South Asia Cooperative Environment Program, Ocean Society of India, and many others from different countries. Indian Ocean is as important or even more than the other world oceans. It is a known fact that the Indian Ocean is warming more than the other oceans. Also, it is unfortunately the least observed and studied. The majority of the countries in its rim are developing and hence deserve special attention. The Indian Ocean region, owing to its complexity and amazing diversity with complementary strengths, is the place where regional and international cooperation is more needed to demonstrate the added value of the IOC of UNESCO. Subsequently, our region deserves and requires a strong IOC support and presence in view of the transformation of the IOC India from a committee to a subcommission on an equal basis with the other IOC regional bodies. Areas to be concentrated are on capacity building, shoreline management, marine spatial planning, coastal vulnerability assessments, to name a few. Blue economy in the region, especially with respect to fishing, ports, renewable energy, all need support and mutual cooperation. IOC Indio, the regional body of IOC, is precisely attempting to bring all the Indian Ocean Rim states together so that the gap areas could be filled up effectively and all the countries in the region reap the benefits of blue economy. This summit aims at fostering interaction among the member states and all others in this region and elsewhere to come together and share their ideas. I am sure at the end of the summit, we will have a plethora of ideas that could be taken up in the region on a cooperation basis and eventually bring the Indian Ocean region on par with the other oceans. I request all to actively participate and in case of time constraints, send your comments through email to me so that the recommendations of the summit could be collated and submitted to the IOC. I would like to thank all IOC's senior officers, the co-sponsoring organizations, speakers, chairs, and the august audience for supporting this event. Before concluding, let me inform you that the IEEE MTS Oceans 2022 International Conference will be held at Chennai, India in February 2022 for the first time in this part of the world. I request all of you to actively participate in this conference. Thank you. Let me now move on to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam is the Secretary, Maritime Affairs Unit, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Bangladesh. He is the chair of the organizing committee for this summit. He has been recently elected as President of 26th Assembly of International Seabed Authority. He is active in Indian Ocean Rim Association and has conducted many conferences in the area of blue economy. He is a pioneer of blue economy in this region. I invite him to address the summit. Over to you, Rear Admiral.
Thank you, Dr. Atmanand. The Chair, IOC Indio, Chair, IOC UNESCO, Dr. M. Vladimir, Executive Secretary, IOC UNESCO, former Chair of the IOC Norway, Program Officers, members of the Organizing Committee, ladies and gentlemen and excellencies. Good morning, good afternoon from Bangladesh, as it is applicable to you. At the onset, let me thank the IOC Indio for organizing this Indian Ocean Blue Economy Summit, webinar on blue economy in the ocean region towards the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainability. Bangladesh is keen to meaningfully engage with the IOC Indio to expand collective actions. Distinguished delegates, Bangladesh, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has embarked on an ambitious plan to achieve its long-cherished goals and grasps in its Vision 2041 to become an industrial, digital, and prosperous country. In the last several years, in the blue economy sectors like fishing, port and shipping, to marine aquaculture, shipbuilding to ship recycling, hydrocarbon to marine biotechnology, maritime tourism to maritime education. In fact, all the potential maritime sectors were being nurtured, rejuvenated, and also we are trying to build the maritime awareness among the people of Bangladesh. Dear friends, more than 1 year has passed since the outbreak of COVID-19, and the world is still struggling to overcome the socio-economic challenges posed by it. The recent onslaught of pandemic has cast a shadow of pale and frustration in the progress of global civilization and predicts an uncertain economic gloom and downturn in the global trade and commerce. As such, it is high time that we try to ascertain the ways, possible impact of the pandemic on this very important sector of blue economy and find ways to bounce back for the overall economic recovery. We should also not lose focus of the fact that the oceans are both engine for global economic growth and a key source of food security. But the oceans are coming under increased pressure from coastal development, population growth, abuse of waters, global competition for raw materials, water scarcity, maritime security threats, climate change, and finally marine pollution, including plastic pollution. These multiple challenges and other geoeconomic and geostrategic factors require an integrated response and urgent transition of the world economy towards a sustainable, inclusive, resource-efficient path through adopting the concept of the blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have started this journey in 2014 through organizing a national seminar in Dhaka for the blue economy, and thereafter we had another one in 2017, and also we hosted the IORA Blue Economy Ministerial Conference in September 2019. We have, in fact, proposed a plan for the blue economy development of Bangladesh, and Bangladesh aims at developing an inclusive and people-centric blue economy, enhancing capacity building with innovative financing, ensuring the transfer of critical technology, etc. Bangladesh believes that the regional vision for blue economy must be supported by a balanced integration of the economic, social, and environmental elements of development, including IOC Indio. Dear friends, we should look through the same prism for tapping the opportunities and facing the challenges of the blue economy. The Blue Economy Summit this time offers a unique opportunity to discuss practical ways to implement our shared aspirations and ensure a living, healthy ocean for future generations. Our shared aspiration, this is also an opportunity to forge greater cooperation in areas of marine fisheries, shipping, seabed exploration, renewable energy towards achieving a sustainable blue economy. We have experienced over the years that the inland entrepreneurs, the mindset needs to change from the land-centric to the ocean-centric. As you all know, the Norwegian great saying, the ocean unites and the land divides. And we are really dealing with the ocean. Dear colleagues, this summit offers a unique opportunity to all of us to discuss practical ways to implement our shared aspirations and ensure a living, healthy ocean for future generations. Bangladesh is always committed to align its development studies with IOC India's plan of action. It is expected if the IOC India is transformed into a subcommission, it will be able to capitalize on the recent progress of the IOC India and build on the ongoing cooperation with both the IOC Africa and IOC ASPEC. And I thank you for your participation and wish you all a constructive and productive day, and a very welcome to all of you to this great summit organized primarily by Dr. Atmanand, India, and hope that all of us who are present today will contribute towards the development of the blue economy. I end here. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Rear Admiral, for your stimulating talk. That was really inspiring. We will now move on. Mr. Ariel Troisi, Chairman of IOC UNESCO. He is an experienced oceanographer with a long-standing and proactive involvement in marine scientific research, project management, and associated services, as well as in the IOC of UNESCO. He is skilled in data management, sustainable development, corporate social responsibility, environmental issues, and natural resources. In view of the large time difference, he is not present in person, but he was kind enough to send a video talk which you can watch now. The voice is not coming.
Unfortunately, there is no voice at all.
There is no voice, huh? Just we'll do it once again.
Is subject to multiple stresses that are putting itself at risk, and issues such as climate change, overfishing, all courtesies observed. It's a real pleasure for me to join you today in the opening of this webinar. It is an indisputable truth that the ocean and its resources provide key ecosystem services and benefits that are fundamental for human well-being and the prosperity of the economy. These services include, but are not limited to, food, energy, trading and transport routes, recreation, climate regulation. We know also that the ocean is subject to multiple stresses that are putting itself at risk, and issues such as climate change, overfishing, and loss of biodiversity in coastal ecosystems have a negative impact on the ocean's ability to sustain livelihoods and prosperity. If we were already in need of a healthy ocean to provide the key ecosystem services and benefits crucial for a sustainable future, under the current circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic, this is proving to be even more critical. In order to achieve a sustainable ocean economy, we need to engage in multi-stakeholder discussions, such as this event, putting together political leaders and policymakers, the private sector, financial institutions, academia, researchers, and local communities. The Indian Ocean plays a key role providing transport routes critical for global and regional commerce, makes important contributions in terms of climate regulation, is a steady provider of food and ecosystem services, is a source of a very rich biodiversity, whilst at the same time is subject to ocean hazards, requiring sustained observations and early warning systems to protect coastal communities and offshore activities. On January 1st this year, we have started the journey of our lifetime, the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. We need to embrace this opportunity in the understanding that the ocean science refers to all disciplines related to the ocean, natural sciences, human and social sciences, and then we have a chance to partner on a rapid and effective transition to a sustainable ocean economy. The ocean faces urgent environmental challenges, but taking action to protect ocean-based ecosystems and ensuring the environmental sustainability of ocean-based activities will help deliver a whole host of benefits to society. It is now time to take action at global, regional, and local scales. In the transformative spirit of the UN Decade, promoting and facilitating ocean science to achieve the 2030 Agenda, addressing the most pressing societal questions, spanning across disciplines and integrating natural and social disciplines, embracing local and indigenous knowledge, communicating in forms that are widely understood across society, and triggering behavioral changes, overcoming gender, generational, and geographical barriers, bridging the gaps between science and policy, and working jointly and collaboratively in the co-design, the co-development, and the co-delivery of all the actions needed for the common good. I would like to extend my congratulations to the conveners and organizers of this webinar on blue economy in the Indian Ocean region, and I wish you a very productive webinar. Thank you very much.
Very much for the inspiring talk. Our next speaker Dr. Vladimir Ryabinin is the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO and Assistant Director General of UNESCO. He is an oceanographer, marine engineer, meteorologist, and climatologist. In 2017, by a presidential decree, he received a distinction of the Emeritus Meteorologist of the Russian Federation. He is the recipient of several awards, the latest being the Compass International Award for outstanding contributions to the advancement of marine sciences and technology, presented by Marine Technology Society, one of the co-organizers of today's summit. Over to you, Dr. Vladimir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atma, my dear friend. And I would like to greet His Excellency Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam, the former IOC chair, presented virtually, and the current IOC chair presented virtually, and the former chair Peter Hogan, who is with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, all courtesies observed. I would like also to thank there are 14 different organizations from 9 countries that joined forces in organizing this summit. But I think I need to start by sharing with you, I think heartbreaking sympathy to Indian people for what you're experiencing now in terms of COVID. And I wish you really quickest escape from the current situation to you and to all people in the region. So I was given 5 minutes and I have to give you some important messages. So, the ocean economy is moving forward, and the assessment of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in 2016 was that it was like 7th economy in the world, with the total output of the order of 1.5 trillion US dollars. This is nearly everyone knows these numbers, but I think there is now some very strong development of understanding of ocean economy. And the message number 1 from me is that the developing countries actually have higher percentage of the ocean economy and their total gross domestic product. Ocean is more important for developing countries than it is for developed countries. The second development of knowledge is that the ocean economy in developing countries is moving forward in more risky directions, and also is suffering from the stronger environmental degradation. So the message is that developing countries need more science to sustainably develop ocean economy. So that is the first important thing. So we all need the decade, and we have to focus on ocean economy and the science as a solution. Do solutions exist? Yes, we have a lot of problems. Apart from the state of environment, we need to develop our economy. We also know that climate change is happening. So we have discussions and deliberations and agreements in United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Convention on Biological Diversity, in the United Nations. And the situation is that in Convention on Climate, we discuss climate, and biodiversity, we discuss biodiversity. Sometimes solutions are elsewhere. And we have to, of course, recognize those most important conventions. But there is a solution. The solution is that if we mainstream climate dimension, biodiversity dimension, ocean health dimension in modern means of managing the ocean, then we will be helping all the conventions and helping all the world to live better. So the statement number 2 is, it is very important to develop further means of managing the ocean, mainstreaming in them climate adaptation, hopefully mitigation, ocean health and biodiversity. The 14 countries, and I'm pretty sure that Peter Hogan is going to speak about this, of high-level panel, they decided to commit themselves to manage all exclusive economic zones sustainably by the year 2025. And this is a very noble and very important decision. And they call on others to start doing this by 2030. But there is a lot of unknown there, because ocean management should be based on planning. Planning, there are different ways. There is coastal zone management, there is maritime special planning, there is establishment of marine protected areas, and some other means, management of fisheries. So we need to mainstream climate, mainstream biodiversity into those ways of managing the ocean. And this is not developed. So we need new science towards developing the means of managing the ocean through already existing technologies. So I think this is a perfect task for this community who is willing to use the ocean sustainably. So I think in the result of this summit, you can do two things. This is my message number 3. You can propose a decade program on how to mainstream climate, biodiversity in managing the ocean towards sustainable ocean economy. And also you can make it a new task for IUC India, because the science is there, the Indian Ocean Expedition is there, how to move forward. I think this can be a new task for IUC India that will unite you all, and we will move forward with a very noble and ambitious task ahead of us. So that is my recommendation for the meeting, and I wish you every success in your deliberation. Thank you so much.
Very much, Dr. Vladimir, for giving.
Dr. Manand, excuse me, please. I forgot one important thing. If you allow me one extra minute.
Yeah, yes, please go ahead.
So I apologize. Just one thing came to my mind. I am the 9th executive secretary of IOC, but and we are all equal executive secretaries. But there was even more equal executive secretary. This is Mario Ruibo from Portugal. He worked as executive secretary in 1980 to 1988, and once he met the president of Pakistan, Ziaul Haq, and they were discussing how to move forward in different ways of managing the ocean. And Mario Ruiva, the executive secretary, mentioned to President Ul Haq, in your 5 provinces, and then he was immediately corrected. No, we have only 4 big provinces in Pakistan. But Mario Ruiva said, no, you're forgetting about exclusive economic zone. In Pakistan, the largest province is roughly 350,000 square kilometers big, but the exclusive economic zone is 240,000 square kilometers big. So it's like a province. So ocean is a part of your land, and this applies to every country. So I think this, and then the president of Pakistan said, let's discuss what we can do there. So let's discuss what we can do in our exclusive economic zones and the sea beyond them. Sorry, I thought it was a historical moment, so I didn't want to fail to bring this to your memories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vladimir, for giving insights and how to move forward, which is very important as far as IOC India and all of us are concerned. Thank you very much. We will now move on to our next speaker, that is Mr. Justin Hanzo, who is a program specialist at IOC, Technical Secretary of the GOOS Regional Alliances, GOOS Africa Coordinator, and team leader of the UNESCO cross-cutting project on the applications of remote sensing for integrated management of ecosystems and water resources in Africa. He is the technical secretary supporting all the activities of IOC India. Mr. Justin, please. Justin, you are muted, please. Justin, we can't hear you, unfortunately. No, I'm sorry. No, we are not able to hear. Can you just call me over phone and speak? I will put in speaker. Can you please call me over phone? No, Justin, we are not able to hear you. You please speak. You call me in this phone, WhatsApp call, and I will put it in speaker.
Now, if Justin is in the building in UNESCO, not at home, then I will get him to my office. This is, I don't know if he is at home or here, so I will check.
Yeah, yes, Justin, you can speak. I will put it.
Okay. Sorry about that. I haven't noticed. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Can everybody hear? Can everybody hear?
Yes, distorted. We can hear, but distorted, not very clear.
Okay, may I continue to speak or?
Yes, please. But if you are in the office, you can just walk down to Dr. Vladimir's office and speak.
Hello?
If you are in the office, you can go to Dr. Vladimir's office and speak.
Okay, thank you.
Just a minute, you can just rush. Very sorry for that, because we had tried out everything yesterday and it was working, but this we call it normally as Murphy's Law. When the actual thing comes, some technical issue. But anyway, we will just wait for a minute. He will rush to Dr. Vladimir's office and he will speak from there. There he is. No, again you are muted. Please unmute. Please unmute, Dr. Vladimir, Dr. Mr.
I hope that you can hear me now very well.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, dear Dr. Atmanam, the chair of ICNDO. His Excellency, Rear Admiral Kuchidalon, it is a great honor to have you as the co-chair of this unique summit. Dear colleagues, distinguished member of the organizing committee, dear participants, ICNDO or Indian Ocean has been one of the key justifications for the establishment of IOC back to the 60s, with the ambition of putting on assault on Indian Ocean for understanding and discovering the scientific knowledge of that particular ocean, which has been the least known at the time and maybe still today. Looking at the diversity of the organizing committee, bringing together all the country member of ICNDO and even beyond, because we have the representative from IC Africa, from South Africa, from Tanzania, from Kenya, and beyond. And looking at the representation at the meeting today, it is a clear indication of the desire and the commitment of the member states in this region and beyond to work together to achieve IOC Global Program with concrete implementation of the priority within for the region. We are happy to see that regional organization with whom we have not worked in the past came to this meeting today, like IORIA, Regional Information Fusion Center in Africa for Blue Economy, Indian Ocean Commission, so over like ROPME and PESGAP representative. All these are again a clear indication of the desire and the willingness of the member states in that region to pool their resources and to work together. Although the blue economy may appear as a new concept, the reality and the practice are as old as the first human settlement on the coast. However, in the context of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, where the key priority is for capacity building and pushing back the frontier knowledge of ocean and resources within, this meeting provides a good opportunity for you, scientists from the region and beyond, to develop together, as a follow-up to this meeting, concrete proposal, bankable proposal that could be submitted to funding partners worldwide. And again, to save the time, I will welcome you all. And finally, our prayers, our thoughts, our sympathy are with the people in the region suffering badly from the pandemic. We know that some of our dear friends sent us a message yesterday to say they will not be able to attend today because of the bad situation with their relative. To all these friends, the fellow in the region, our Indian fellows, our thought and prayer are with you. I wish you a good meeting and good deliberation. We are here to serve. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Justin. That was a very important way to move forward. At this time, I would just request all of you to just switch on the camera, at least for a second, so that we can take a snap. If you could just switch on the cameras, that would be so nice of you.
And let's wait for Justin. Okay, he is back.
Yes, he's back there. Yes. So we will take a picture. We have got nearly, I think, around 80 participants are there in this meeting. So we can have a and through video there are about 46. I mean through YouTube are there. So it's a good good gathering we have. Thank you very much for joining, and we have to now move on to the next presentation. Just a second, I have not completed this picture. We are just taking it. I think due to some bandwidth problem, I think all are not able to come. That's can understand. Okay, now we will go to the next presentation, that is by our lead speaker, Professor Peter Hagen. Professor Peter Hagen is Program Director at Institute of Marine Research, Norway, Professor of Oceanography at the Geophysical Institute, University of Bergen, and past Chair of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO. He has more than 30 years of experience in marine scientific research and international ocean science coordination. This includes involvement in preparation and proclamation of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development 2021 to 2030 and the launch of the first ever Global Ocean Science Report 2017. His research interests include various aspects of physical oceanography with primary focus on the North Atlantic and Arctic Ocean, as well as global ocean carbon cycling and climate. He has expertise in polar oceanography and sea ice from working in the high Arctic, and also has initiated and led research and education efforts in renewable energy, including offshore wind. Since 2018, he serves as co-chair of the expert group of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. From 2019, he is in charge of international work with global development at the Institute of Marine Research. I would now request Professor Peter to go ahead with the presentation. Over to you, Professor Peter.
Thank you very much, Atman, and it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be invited to join this occasion with a series of distinguished participants. I am very pleased to be given the opportunity to talk to all of you. I have a title here which says Sustainable Ocean Economy and Ecosystem-Based Ocean Management. And what I'll try to do is to tell a little bit about how we work in Norway, and also how with the looking into the future in the context of this high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, how we are thinking about moving into the future. And I hope it will be relevant for you to some extent. So if I can have the next slide, please. Just briefly, the Institute of Marine Research is a national institute, and we deal with everything from environmental aspects of every part of the ocean economy, so notably the ecosystem-based assessment that I mentioned. Particular industries of relevance are aquaculture and seafood, and everything from the seafood safety and to health is within this one national institute reporting to the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries. And next slide, please. And our vision is simple: clean and rich ocean and coastal areas, and I could add from now until eternity. It is particularly the seafood aspects which really demand a rich ocean and the cleanliness, but it's relevant for all the ocean economy sectors, this overarching vision. So the next slide, please. So in Norway, we have had for 15 years or more processes to develop integrated ocean management. That means looking at all the involved industries and actors, and done that for 3 different ocean areas, and the names are given here. The North Sea is actually the southernmost of the 3 ocean areas, and they are divided, as you see here, for biophysical reasons. And the marine spatial planning is then taking part to some extent, or part of these areas for various activities. The North Sea has a lot of oil and gas, also Barents Sea, Lofoten has that, and most of the areas are quite important for fisheries. So the next slide, please. So we have in this system in Norway, we have integrated ocean management, and there's a steering committee on the ministry level. I should add that more and more ministries in Norway are getting involved in ocean affairs. In the latest white paper, we had actually 9 ministries and no less than 11 ministers involved in preparing that document, because we see more and more industries like renewable energy is coming into the picture. So we have done it in that we have a forum for integrated marine management, which is chaired by the Norwegian Environment Agency, and many participate there, including the Institute of Marine Research. And then we have another group, advisory group on monitoring, which is chaired by the Institute of Marine Research. So this is kind of the science policy interface. We are from IMR delivering independent scientific advice, and then the policy decisions is made, of course, on the ministerial level based on input from all of the directorates. And the directorates here are then representing the different industry types. So I show the map for the deep sea. Now the coastal zone is also more complicated because it involves the counties and municipalities. And if we move to the next slide, I will actually show an example of the industry which is growing very rapidly in Norway, fish farming. And you can see this red dots are all the salmon farm licenses. And when we zoom in on the right side of the picture, on the west coast, close to Bergen, where I am from, we see that they are very densely spaced and a very complicated coastline. So how do we do environmental regulation and management? So I'll do a brief example on this related to salmon farming. And if we move to the next slide, the main problem at the moment is salmon lice, which attack the salmon in the farms. And people are afraid that this salmon lice will spread also into wild fish stocks, in particular the wild salmon which go into the rivers. So the next slide, please. So that then, in order to investigate this problem, can diseases spread and can salmon lice spread? We've done a severe job for the past 10 years on a numerical ocean circulation model to support the understanding of the spreading of this, and then also experimental work with traps and cages and trawling to get an overview of how this is happening, and then we can have a validated model system to describe the spreading of these salmon lice. And if I have the next slide, please. Then, based on numerical modeling of the ocean currents and the connectivity, the coastal line has then been divided into 13 coastal production zones. And I would like to make a key point here that these production zones are defined based on the science, based on how the water masses spread and how these things happen. And then the management of this industry is then taking place according to this science-based division of the areas. So this does not coincide with the boundaries between municipalities or counties. It is divided like this. Luckily, there are some areas like the green line to the right there where you can see that there's very little spreading from things that occur south of the line to north of the line and vice versa. So if I have the next slide, please. Then there is a modeled risk of mortality based on this salmon lice, and we have this traffic light system saying that if there is low level of risk, then we can increase the production in this area, and if there's a high risk, then everybody in this area which is zone red have to actually cut down on their production. So this is a collective response from to the industry. Has to, you know, they are affected by their neighbors, and if their neighbors have a high to use also because they are in the same region. It's a very complicated management, but it's an interesting example, I think, of how we link both the regions and the science and the various players together. So if I move to the next slide, please. Then how do we deal with the ocean sustainably in a good way? The Norwegian Prime Minister invited 13 other heads of state to join her in this high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. Doesn't cover all the big ocean states, but it covers a sort of a representative selection from around the world, developed countries and so on. And if I have the next slide, they really asked science to provide opportunities for action for the political decisions, and also linked to an industry and an organizational advisory board. And I would recommend you to look at this oceanpanel.org website, where we have several scientific papers and also the political commitments that these have made and spread across these 5 headings: health, wealth, finance, equity, and knowledge that is out there. And if I have the next slide, one of the things that we were asked was how can ocean economy sectors contribute to actually reducing the emission gap of CO2 to the atmosphere in 2050. And this is what we came up with, actually quite a substantial contribution from the various marine industries. Up to 20% of the emission gap in 2050 can be done by these industries. Not only can be done, but it would actually be economically positive to do so. People would earn from doing so. Coastal protection, fisheries and aquaculture, ocean-based energy and greening the shipping, and also some looking into seabed storage of carbon in the future. And the next slide, please. And the good thing is all of these 5 sectors, if we do these things, it will have co-benefits for other sustainable development goals. All of these green dots here indicate that there's a positive effect on other SDGs from implementing these measures. A few are red, but that doesn't mean that it necessarily has to be negative. It just means that you have to, for example, for ocean-based renewable energy, you have to place the wind farms and the floating solar or whatever it is in a location which doesn't create a problem for fisheries or for other activities. So it's overall a very, very many opportunities in the ocean economy to go forward in a positive way. And the next slide, please. So what do we recommend to do? Use data to drive decision-making, do goal-oriented ocean planning, de-risk finance and innovation, stop land-based pollution, that's probably not a big surprise, but then also changing ocean accounting so it reflects the true value of the ocean. I think you see two of the 5 here are actually relating to finance and accounting, and the accounting should be not only for produced capital, it should be for natural capital and even social capital. And if we go to the next slide, the headline commitment of the Ocean Panel, the political, is to say that by 2025, these 14 nations will sustainably manage 100% of their exclusive economic zone. And they urge all other countries to do the same by 2030. And the kind of narrative or key message that comes out of this is that effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity are not competing objectives. They go hand in hand. And only if we do all these things together will we achieve a future which is in line with sustainability. So if I have the next slide, which is actually my last slide, we have talked about integrated ocean management. We can talk about marine spatial planning, tools to achieve a sustainable ocean economy. The key measure from the high-level panel, and which we will be following in Norway to move from our present integrated ocean management, is what we call now sustainable ocean planning. And it's described here as it's written in the final transformations document from the high-level panel. But this is what we are working on right now to do this in a good way. Sustainable ocean planning should be inclusive, integrative. It should be also iterative. It's not something that you do a plan once and then you have done it. It should be endorsed. It should be financed. It should be capacitated. It should be space-based, place-based, ecosystem-based, and have a series of attributes in order to create a sustainable ocean economy. I think having worked for this for the past few years, I am very much optimistic about the potential role of the ocean economy in a future sustainable development. I think it hinges on political determination and will from the political leaders, working together with civil society and industry, and being knowledge-based and science-based, and then we can achieve a lot together. So I thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you, and I hand back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Peter. That was a really enlightening talk, and Norway being a torchbearer for sustainability in the oceans, I think most of the participants here can imbibe what has been done in Norway and move forward. With this, we come to the end of our first session. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Peter and all the participants. We are now moving on to the first session of the speakers. The chair of the first session is Dr. Venugopalan Pallayil. He is the Vice President of Technical Activities of IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society. He is Deputy Head and Principal Research Fellow, National University of Singapore, Acoustic Research Lab, Tropical Marine Science Institute, Singapore. I would request Dr. Venugopalan to please take over and proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Atmanand. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So we have 6 talks organized in this first session. I think we are running about 6 minutes late. So do you want to take a minute off from each of the speakers? No, I think we just proceed. So we have the first presentation, which is a multifaceted blue economy actions in the Indian Ocean. And the talk will be delivered by Dr. Mary Alexandrine Sikri, Director of Research, CNRS, the Ocean, Sorbonne University, France, and Martin Hippolyte, Commission of the Ocean, Indian Mauritius. So I just converted that into English, whatever was written in French. So may I welcome the speakers to start their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Atmanan, for taking the lead in organizing this interesting summit on blue economy. Good morning and afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay. So I will start this presentation by a quick overview of the projects that France is supporting in the regions. And this is something that I prepare with Francis Marsac from IRD. And this will be followed by a more detailed presentation of the multi-stakeholder project Explorer that will be given by Martin Hippolyte. Can I have the next slide, please? So at the occasion of the French presidency of the Commission of the Indian Ocean that started this month, the French government allocated about 600,000 euros to support projects on blue economy in the region. This money has been shared with countries and organizations, and you can see on the map in the right, in yellow, the different countries that are involved in this project. They fall into 2 categories. There are about 22 projects that are led by the civil society, NGOs, and local communities, and about 11 projects that are led by research institutions in the region on research and innovation. Altogether, these 33 projects are involved 14 research agencies in the region, and most of them are coordinated by the French Institute IRD, which is the Institute for Research and Development. It actually falls into 3 topics: the protection of biodiversity and ecosystems, waste recycling and water treatment, and coastal resilience and risk prevention. It is expected at the end of the year, at the end of the presidency of France, to produce a technical report on the work that will be done during the year, and also a book that will summarize the major scientific outcome of these projects and make some recommendation on blue economy strategy in the region. Can I have the next slide, please? And this is a table that shows you the project that I just mentioned and the countries that are involved on this blue economy project. So as you can see, they cover different topics. And you can see in yellow the ones that are led by Research Institute on research and innovation, and in blue the ones that are led by NGOs or by the civil society in general. And I think I will stop here for this broad overview, and I will give the floor to Martin, who will now make a more detailed presentation of the Explorer project on plastics. It's over to you, Martin.
Yes, thank you, Marie-Alexandrine. And hello, everybody. So I'm Martin. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm Martin from the Indian Ocean Commission. So it's also IOC, but it's another signification. So I'm going to present you the Explorer project, but before I want to say thank you to all the team for this invitation. So Explorer is a French acronym for Expédition Plastique Océan Indien. and it tackles the plastic marine pollution in the IOC region. So next slide, please. Before presenting you the project, a few words about the Indian Ocean Commission and our context of intervention. So the IOC is an intergovernmental organization composed by 5 countries, the Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, France with Réunion Island, and the Seychelles. So its secretariat is based in Mauritius, and its mission is to increase the standard of living of the population by 2 ways. So the first with the value of marine and coastal resources, and the second is the promotion of a socio-economic development that respects the environment. So about the context of the project, we have noticed several points that you can read in the slide. Not yet, Wanda. So, can you, yes, thanks, before. In the left, you can see several points. So, for example, the exponential growth of plastic production for our region, but also all around the world, or the vulnerability of our islands faced to climate change. So for that, the IOC established in 2018 this waste action plan with with 3 axes, and the EXPLORE project come to answer at the third one, which is the creation of an environment for the development of research, education, and innovation to reduce and recovery plastic waste at sea. So next slide, please. Thank you. The objective of the EXPLORE project is to fight against plastic pollution by supporting the development of behaviors and the commitment of all stakeholders by using the 3R rule: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So we decline this objective in 2 specific objectives. You can read in the slide, and 4 components. So the component 1 is about the scientific research. The component 2 deals with education aspects and public awareness. The components 3 and 4 focus on the development of pilot projects to reduce and recycle plastic waste. So as you can see also, the project will be contributed at the SDGs 12 and 14. So next slide. Yes, before entering in the details of the activities, we can see here the target audiences of the project. So a major challenge of EXPLORE is to provoke a real awareness in the population by educating and sensitizing all local actors. Then the project aims to support private sector and local associations too in the deployment of innovative solutions in order to reduce plastic consumption. Finally, the scientific committee will actively participate in research activities in the project with the collaboration of national and international experts in plastic impacts. So next slide, please. So how do we concretely materialize the project? It will normally start in the second semester of 2021, so very soon, for a period of 5 years. You can see here a list of all activities in the program. So the component 1 is composed of some scientific topics about research. And the component 2 concerns the education and the awareness. So you can see, for example, a media training program or a social aspect with the study of the perception of marine plastic and the risk notion among coastal population. We will work also with the EcoSchool network to educate our children. The component 3 aims to improve the regional environment. So with 3 activities, is about, for example, the development of technical and economic knowledge, or the second activity is to make online training modules, like commonly named MOOC, adapted to our region. And the third activity is a creation of a good practice manual for the control and treatment of plastic waste to help our countries to improve their waste management. And finally, the component 4 is realize concretely the pilot project of our stakeholders. So it aims to set up pilot projects. For example, you can see cluster, the creation of cluster on circular economy, or incubator to help all stakeholders to develop their ideas and their projects. Yes. Next slide, please.
So Martin, you have another minute to complete your talk. Yeah.
Yes, it's okay. It's my last slide. And so to finish, the project could not be possible without the funding of the Agence Française de Développement, AFD, and Fonds Français pour l'Environnement Mondial, FEFEM. Donc, the global cost is estimated to 6.7 million euros without the contribution of private sector and partners. So we will work with 3 important partners to realize all activities and link activities and ensure link between all components. So you have, for the scientific research, a monitoring committee for research activity will be created. In second, the EcoSchool network resulting from another IOC project and managed by a local association and with the ministries of education of each country. And finally, we will work with IM Valor for technical expertise, training, and support in setting up pilot projects. So thank you, everyone, and if you have questions.
Okay, thank you, speakers. I think I'm afraid 12 minutes is the time allocated for each of the talk. I'm sure the participants can send their queries to Dr. Atmanam, then he will get them answered by the speakers. So in the interest of time, we need to move on to the next talk. I would like to invite Dr. Ali Bazal Mahmood, Associate Professor, Head of Marine Physics Department, Marine Science Center, University of Basra, Iraq, to give his talk on the activities related to blue economy being pursued by Iraq in the Arabian Gulf, Indonesian region. Dr. Ali Bazal. Are you muted? Can you? Hello, Dr. Ali.
Like he's not online or he has not joined because he did
Oh.
not come for the rehearsal also yesterday.
Oh, okay. So
Dr.
what do you
Ali,
want?
you are there? Maybe we can move on. I mean, we can check in the end once again if he's there. We
Okay,
can move to the
so
next speaker.
okay. Okay, now I invite Dr. Arulanatham from Sri Lanka to deliver his talk on potential contribution of the blue economy to Sri Lanka's growth. Dr. Arul.
Dr. Arul, he's
Thank
there.
you,
Yes,
thank you,
he's
thank you,
coming.
thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Atmand, the co-chair of IOC India, who made this event reality. And I thank you again for making me an opportunity to share some thoughts from Sri Lanka at this event. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. Can I go to the next slide, please? Sri Lanka, being the southernmost island in the North Indian Ocean, has a great opportunity to build up a blue economic development. Similarly, being an island, it also faces quite a few challenges, especially due to the ocean-based disasters. So today I make this presentation in this order, where I will share some thoughts on available opportunities for blue economic development, and also the challenges we are facing, and some recent initiatives taken up by Sri Lanka, and the possible way forward for healthy oceans and environmental friendly ocean-based economic development. Next slide, please. Can I have? So the opportunity is mainly because Sri Lanka is located on an oceanographic hotspot. On the either side, it has a contrasting sea. On its eastern side, the Bay of Bengal with a lot of fresh water, more or less an estuarine characteristic. On the other side, the Arabian Sea with less freshwater inflow and little hypersaline waters. So these contrasting water masses between this sea exchange via the southern tip of Sri Lanka. And also the process around Sri Lanka very quite extravagant, and the boundary currents very strong, running along the coastline of the southern Sri Lanka, depend on the monsoonal regime change, and which also the boundary currents brings the nutrient-rich waters from northern Indian Ocean to the Sri Lankan coast. Also, there are upwelling areas on the southern coast of Sri Lanka. And there is a Sri Lanka dome on the east coast of Sri Lanka, which develops with the onset of monsoon and then disappear. So I believe unless as detailed oceanographic studies conducted around Sri Lanka, which has extensive role in playing in exchanging heat exchange in between the different seas on its either side. The monsoonal predictions cannot be completed. So the country being in a hotspot of oceanography is an opportunity. Can I have the next slide, please? And also, it is so small island developing state. It is not exactly small, but it is in fact a large ocean state. Though the continental shelf of Sri Lanka is narrow, it has the second largest coastline next to India. And also it has 4 times, in fact, it is 8 times larger EEZ. And if our claims are accepted, we will have 4 times larger sea areas. So it is blessed with ocean, waters all around. Can I have the next slide, please, sir? And every 15-20 kilometers, it has rivers, and that makes almost 100 estuaries around Sri Lanka, and even the lagoons, shallow water, tropical, very productive lagoons all around Sri Lanka. So the aquatic resources are plentiful, and the country is blessed with. The next slide, please. So traditionally, the marine fisheries is the historically an activity carried out throughout the evolution, and the aquaculture potential, the shallow waters, and the mariculture opportunities are great. The minerals of placer deposits, sand deposits on the coastal beaches and in the shallow water areas, rich in radioactive minerals. Even the offshore construction material, offshore sand deposits are blessed with for economic development. And the possibilities of desalination, renewable energy, and the opportunities for ecotourism. Yeah, it is also the hotspot for whales, is a source for blue economic development. In respect to the shipping, can I have the next slide, please, sir? And in respect to the fisheries, in fact, it has every 20-30 meters a landing site. So the infrastructures are many for fisheries. And there are harbors at every 100 meters and anchorages at almost every 50 kilometers. So infrastructure for fisheries is plenty. Can I go to the next slide, please? Next slide, yes. So the challenges is also being an island is many. First of all, the protecting the health of the ocean by not depleting its natural resources given by the past generation to the current generation need to be passed to the future generation. To that, we need a good governance and well-managed ocean-based economic development. In addition, the additional burden of the climate change and its threats on habitat and also the livelihood is becoming a threat. Can I have the next slide, please? So, in respect to the fisheries, the overfishing, illegal fishing, and the habitat degradation because of the illegal fishing activities, and ineffective policies and governance are few of many challenges in respect to the use of living resources. Can I have the next slide, please? The human interferences on the coastline is many. 1/3 of the population lives on the coastline of Sri Lanka, still migrating towards the coastline. So the coastal population keep on rising. And though being nearby the major shipping route between Southeast Asia and Far Asia is an opportunity, but it's also a challenge when an accident, oil spill takes place. Can I go to the next slide, please? Marine pollution. The many coastal water bodies, though, when I said it is we are blessed with, but excessive nutrition and oxygen depletion, the fish kill at the coastal water bodies become very frequent, and the plastic pollution also become very. And we are in fact one of the leading countries attributed as contributed to the microplastics. But in fact, it is not the water around us with a high microplastic, but it all not produced by or caused by the country, but it brought by the ocean currents, which are very strong around Sri Lanka. Can I go to the next slide, please? So there are many impacts of climate change, acidifications, and all that. Everybody well know about it, and it is not necessary to repeat. Can I go to the next slide? And it is a country where the sea level rise is high compared to the other parts of the Indian Ocean. So some of the recent development we are establishing and try to strengthen the ocean observation network, and also we have formulated recently the fisheries policy, and we are transforming from capture to culture fisheries. And there are so few initiatives recently taken for a better, good health of ocean. Can I have the next slide, please? And actually, there's a fisheries policy. There are some initiatives which are very positive, where in respect to the blue economy and minimizing post-harvest losses and the increasing of value addition, and some certain salient features are incorporated into our fisheries policy. Can I have the next slide, please?
Dr. Arul, you have to
This is
wind up.
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Okay.
So the way forward is technical, institutional, and technological and financial capacity building by our own nation, and also regional and global cooperation in observation and building up of the observation network, so that we can generate so much of data so that our decision shall be made based on the data. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arul, for giving a perspective of Sri Lanka's contribution to the blue economy. What I suggest is that we move on with the next presentation. If Dr. Ali Bazal Mahmood is not turning up, probably if the speakers remain, we can have a few questions by the audience.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
May I know who is that, please?
Yes, I am Ali
Oh,
Basim Mahmoud
okay,
from Iraq.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Yeah, so, okay, now then we go to the second talk by Dr. Ali Bazar Mahmood, who is an associate professor, head of Marine Physics Department, Marine Science Center at University of Basra, Iraq. He is going to talk about the activities related to blue economy being pursued by Iraq in the Arabian Gulf. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation, and if you would like to leave 2 minutes, then people can ask some queries. Thank you.
Sorry, I am not ready till now. Sorry.
Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Yes. Just a moment. Sorry.
Ali, we cannot hear you. Can you please
Yes,
speak a bit louder, please?
Yes, I will. Excuse me. The internet is not so okay.
No,
Yeah.
you don't have to put the presentation. That is done by our team here.
Yeah, this is a presentation. Yes.
No, you can just speak.
Yes.
No problem. We can hear you.
Yeah. The presentation. Yeah. The activities related to blue economy being produced by Iraq and the Arabian Gulf. Okay. Outline. I can't share my presentation. Okay, I can't share my presentation.
No, you don't have to share. Already it is shared. We are all able to see the presentation because you have sent it earlier to us. So it is shared already. So you can go ahead. It is being
Yeah,
moved by our team.
outline consists of the activities related to blue economy. Number 2, sustaining marine resources. Number 3, managing the blue economy file. Sorry. I can't. Yeah. The activities related to blue economy. Actually, I have listed some activities in Iraq. Number 1, marine and river fishing and the food industries associated with this activity. Number 2, packaging and production of food materials. 3, manufacture of iron casks floating in the size of rivers and the Gulf. Also manufacture of fishing nets and refrigerators for freezing fish and other accessories. Next, also the fish wealth contributes to achieving food security. Then transport goods to places near and far through which large revenues and high profits are achieved. 7, production of renewable electric energy, as well as river tourism, and this also generates high revenues and is associated with the manufacture of boats for domestic tourism. Next, production of fresh water and what is related to this industry, as well as the export of oil and gas and the associated establishment of oil and gas. Finally, establishment of Al-Fao port to load and unload the import and export goods and what is related to the establishment of port, warehouse, restaurant, etc. Second, sustaining marine resources. Hello? That requires several steps, preserving the safety of the environment and the cleanliness of Gulf rivers and marshes from all that pollutes, these water sources and affects the safety of aquatic and marine life. Number two, not to indiscriminate fishing in the breeding seasons while not allowing fishing without a license. Number three, concluding agreements between countries bordering the Gulf to share the responsibility for protection and to regulate the continuity of the flow of Great Wealth. Next, not to pollute the water by installing sewage networks and factory waste in its course, as this procedure has risks to humans and marine life. 5. Concluding international agreements between upstream and downstream countries like Iraq and Turkey to ensure a permanent flow and optimum utilizing of water. Finally, managing the blue economy file in Iraq that enables Iraq to create enormous job opportunities with continuous food security, large customs and transit fees, and the country to obtain goods taxes from transport companies, ports, fishing companies, and food derived from them by issuing law that regulate and facilitate the work of investors in order to generate large resources while creating many job opportunities. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali Bazal Mahmood. We have time for questions.
We can take the questions at the end of the session because
Okay.
some questions are better. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next, I invite Dr. Yasser Abul-Naja from King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Saudi Arabia, to present his talk on the blue economy, an essential pillar for building a development model for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Dr. Yasser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to say good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It's a great honor to be here with this number of bright people. Ramadan Mubarak to everyone. And I'm very delighted to talk briefly about the vision of Saudi Arabia towards something called blue economy. This term for Saudis has no yet concrete or solid plan for it or declaration. However, we are sorry. There's some noise in the background. Somebody, can you mute your speakers, your phone microphone, please?
Okay, I think you can start now.
Okay, just back where we were. So this Saudi did not touch the blue economy per se as it is. What they have done, the Saudi Arabia touch all the components related to the blue economy, and we are in that line to develop this pillar for building development model for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Sami, next slides, please. Okay, Saudi Arabia has a coastline larger than 2,500 kilometers. This is located along the Red Sea in the west side of the kingdom and along the Arabian Gulf at the east side of the kingdom. About 30% of the populations living within 100 kilometers around this coastline, which is around 10 million people. Many of you are aware about the importance of the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf in internationally trades and what they contain for their marine environments and what they have for connecting all the countries surrounding in the eastern part of the Indian Ocean and of course for the whole world. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Saudi Arabia has nearly about a quarter of a square kilometers of the exclusive economic zone. In the Red Sea, we have three opposite states for the Saudi, and we have two adjacent states. That's Yemen and Jordan, and the other one is they are like Sudan, Egypt, and Eritrea. So in the Arabian Gulf, we have Kuwait, Qatar, and UAE, and we have two other opposite states, Iran and Iraq. So Saudi share these EEZ with those borders countries. Saudi Arabia, knowing about their importance of their sea resources, this goes back almost to the middle of the last century, since 1949. Saudi Arabia made a royal pronouncement that said, to state around the jurisdiction and the control over the resources of the seabed and subsoil lying under the sea contiguous to its territory. Next slide, please. Okay, so what I'm going to say here in these slides, I'm just gonna go just to give a quick points and bullets about what the Saudi Arabia has to know and how to move forward with the blue economy. In 2016, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has issued what they known as the Saudi Arabian Vision 2030. And from this vision, will make Saudi Arabia to place different plans to enhance the non-oil revenues by diversifying the economy. So the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf resources can present huge opportunities for that and to help in the economic growth. That's in tourism, can consider in the aquaculture sectors, and this will tackle as well the employment rates and poverty and food security. About 5 years ago, Saudi has shifted the focus from what we are looking at those two water basins, the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, from free resource extraction and unlimited sinks for example, for disposal waste, other entertainment for different family activities, and sports marine sports activities to one of the non-oil incoming source for the kingdom. So the blue economy approach in Saudi Arabia's, the aims for it is to improvement the human well-being as well as significantly reduce environmental and ecological degradation. Well, ultimately, introducing the blue economy concepts mean inclusion and participation of all affected social groups and governmental and private sectors to be included in this concept of blue economy. However, the words blue economy, or the term, blue economy has not been used explicitly. However, Saudi Arabia, they are targeting all the activities and components related to the blue economy, and this is what we're going to see in the next. So please, can you go to the next slides? So in this slides, as many of you see, these are the blue economy activities focused by the Saudi Arabia. We have fisheries, waste management, renewable energy, marine tourism, climate change, and maritime transports. In the next few slides, we're going to talk about these 6 components, and we can make a conclude remarks at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we look at the fisheries, the captured fisheries and aquaculture sectors, This has contributed highly to the food security of the Saudi population. The Saudi has a lower rate of food consumption, seafood consumption, is about 9 kilograms per person per year. This is what's about like 5 years ago was 13, and this percentage or this number has decreased in the past 5 years. So this is less than half of the global average. One of the things, as I mentioned before, that the Vision 2030 being launched, one of the things focusing on the dynamic food production sectors, which is one of them is the fishery. And fisheries and agriculture, excuse me, will consider as a significant pillar for the food security for Saudi Arabia. For example, between the period of 2014 and 2018, an average of 60 to about 70,000 tons of seafood were landed annually at the coastlines by artisanal fleet of the small boats. And as well, we have some problems at the moment with these like overfishing in some areas. And this is, we try to tackle it and make some rules and regulation to control those overfishing. For example, in the 2018, for example, about 75,000 tons of farm fish and shrimp fish were produced. This was increased about 200% since 2015 to 2018. So this it shows that how the Saudi try to invest and put lots of focus about the fishery and agriculture, because that's an important source for food securities. And you could see for the graph in the past 40 years how this increased gradually with that time. Next slides, please. Okay, so the second activities, what we have is the waste management. The Ministry of Environment and Water Agriculture in Saudi Arabia in 2018 announced to establish about 5 centers. One of them is the waste management. They have National Wildlife Center, they have the environmental compliance centers, they have metrology centers, and they have the certification compacting centers. And waste management is one of them. And Saudi Arabia has started and put all the governance and regulation to establish a strategy of how to manage the waste in Saudi Arabia. I'm talking terrestrial and marine. So they divided that in regulation, waste management platform, sector development. Because of the time, I'm not going to go in details about these things. I'm just, as I said in the beginning, I'm just going to highlight that. So next slide, please. Okay, renewable energy in Saudi Arabia. This is one of the important sector. Saudi Arabia focusing highly in it. The Saudi Arabia, one of the things of the vision of 2030 is to generate about 50% of the nation power using renewable energy by 2030. The rest of the energy can come provided by, by the gas. King Salman has issued what is called the National Renewable Energy Program. This is a strategic initiative. This program to maximize the potential of renewable energy in Saudi Arabia. The kingdom, in the light of the goals for the set of the vision of the 2030, this will to make this program establishing for the renewable energy industry and supporting the advancement of this promising sector, while working to fulfill the kingdom's commitment to reduce carbon dioxide emission. And that's something very important as well to tackle the challenges for the climate change. The program is launched under the umbrella, as I mentioned before, for the 2030. So the aims to sustainability, to have a sustainability increase of the renewable energy with the share of to the total energy source in Saudi Arabia to reach about 27 gigawatt by 2030 and about like almost 58 gigawatt by 2030. However, these numbers has been updated and changed from the first announcement made back in 2016. Like for example, in 2016, the aim that in the 2030, we need to reach about almost like 10 gigawatt, which represent about 10% of the total energy production. But that's increased lately to reach to about, as I mentioned before, to 27. So talking about renewable energy, can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, can you go to the, yes. So Saudi Arabia, you know, from the renewable energy has using the hydroelectricity, for example. And as you can see, there is an increasing from 2012 to 2017, producing energy from from the desalination plant. Can you go to the next slides, please? Okay, marine tourism. Marine tourism, Saudi Arabia has put as well for the initiative, or for the vision of the 2030. One of the pillar for the vision 2030 to enhance the tourism sector in the kingdom. So they have put like 3 points or 3 major components to raise the contribution of the tourism sectors to the GDP to about more than 10%, provide like almost 1 million additional job opportunities, attract nearly about 100 million annual visitors by 2030. So marine tourism will take part of that sectors. So based on that, the first step, the border guard has established what they call Department for Maritime Activities. This is basically what their duty is to license and regulate marine activities, including marine sports, diving, picnic, and so forth, and just to ensure safety and security plans and enhancing awareness about maritime safety. So, as I mentioned before, the MIWA, which is the Ministry of Environment, has established different 5 centers. One of them, as I mentioned, is the environmental compliance. The environmental compliance has built up what they called an initiatives. This initiatives it's called the Marine and Coastal Environmental Protection Initiative for Saudi Arabia. And this project or this initiatives, it's a project with KAUST, with our university, and I am the leading, the principal investigator of this initiatives. Basically, what we try to do, we try to build a baseline for the environmental condition and to specify quantitatively and qualitatively for the existing and future pressures in the coastal zones area along the Saudi coastlines. The aim of that to come up at the end to a good integrating monitoring system to take further action to protect, restore existing environmental assets in the coastal zone areas.
Dr. Yasser, can I request you to wind up?
Yeah, sure. Next slides, please. Okay, so these are the mega project built in the Red Sea, NEOM, Amala, Red Sea projects. These are mega projects to attract many visitors to the kingdom. And these are already there. Next slides, please. We have, and many of you heard about a few months ago, the launch of the Line City. This will be established at the NEOM area. Around the nature, around start from the coastal area to all the way to the upper valley. This is based on 0 cars, 0 street, and 0 carbon emission. And it costs about $100 to about $200 billion. Next slides, please. So Saudi Arabia, to tackle the climate change, we are suffering a lot from the climate challenge. For example, the dust storm cost Saudi about 13 billion US dollars a year. So one of the initiatives launched by Saudi Arabia about a month ago, and many of you hear about it, the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative. Okay, this is just to try to reduce the carbon emission and to regulate the temperature around the region. Saudi Arabia, for example, by International Energy Agency, reduce the carbon dioxide emission nearly about 3%. This is a very good. Saudi Arabia, during the G20 presidency, succeeded to launching global platform for circular carbon economy. Basically, carbon emission are reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove, which is the 4 R's. KAUST, the university, has launching the CCE initiative that focusing increasing energy and efficiency, capturing and storing carbon. Next slide, please. Saudi Arabia.
Can we move to the last slide, please?
Yeah, this is the last slide. Thank you very much for being patient with me. Maritime transport, Saudi Arabia, as you can see, for example, this is Jeddah. This is in 1938. Now, this is in recent year. Saudi Arabia has a significant turning point in '96 by privatizing the ports, the seaports. And many of you knows that about 80% of international goods are seaborne. So Saudi take that and export sourced from 10% to 70%. So this is just quickly to show you that how Saudi, and I'm concluding about that, Saudi, that they're tackling so many activities relating to the blue economy. I'm not touching the desalination because that's need another lecture or another talk. But I appreciate, next slide, please. I appreciate your time. Can you go to the next slide? The last slide, just, I'm not sure what's going on. Can you go to the last slide, please? Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate for your patience, for your time. You know, I wish I controlled things, but it's okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Sami, for helping that and for your time, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yasser. I think we are running out of time, so may I request Dr. Saja Fakhruddin, Associate Research Scientist from Kuwait Environmental and Life Science Research Center, to present his talk on research activities related to blue economy in Kuwait.
Sure. Hi, thank you, Dr. Chairman, and thank you to all the organizers for hosting this summit and bringing together representatives from many countries around the world and providing us with a valuable platform to discuss blue economy related activities within each respective country. And so particularly thank you for providing us with an opportunity to share information about relevant blue economy related activities that are currently taking place in the state of Kuwait. So Kuwait borders the Arabian Gulf or the Persian Gulf and possesses 499 kilometers of coastline and 12 nautical miles territorial sea. Water-related activities have always been an essential part of our culture and our economy, and started back with shipbuilding and pearl diving in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and now in the present day to more advanced maritime activities, including maritime trading, aquaculture and fisheries activities, desalination efforts to generate fresh water, among others. And so if you go to the next slide, please. So current measures that are required to be put into place to mainstream the blue economy into future sustainable development goals include development of access and benefit sharing rules for marine bioprospecting, investment in research and development, infrastructure, capacity building, and use of marine and other renewable energy resources, provision of facilities and investment in sustainable coastal and maritime tourism and relevant infrastructure for those activities, reduction of marine pollution, including from land-based activities, sustainable management and protection of marine and coastal ecosystems, mitigation of the impacts of ocean acidification, regulation of fish harvesting with the aim of controlling overfishing and overexploitation of these resources, and restoration of fish stocks to ecologically safe levels. And so if you go to the next slide, please. So in order to put these measures into place, Kuwait has established commitments with several international agreements and treaties, including the Convention on Biodiversity, the Nagoya Protocol, as well as Sustainable Goal 14 or Sustainable Development Goal 14, which is one of the Sustainable Development Goals established by the United Nations in 2015, and is related to life below water. And specifically, it aims to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And so in order to meet its commitments to these international agreements and treaties, Kuwait is carrying out research and development activities, specifically at the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. You go to the next slide, please. And so entities at KISR, or the Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, that are involved in water and economics-related research activities include the Environment and Life Sciences Research Center, under which there's several programs, including the Ecosystem-Based Management of Marine Resources Program, the Oceanography and Fisheries Programs, Aquaculture Program, and Coastal Management Program. There's also the Water Research Center, under which there is the Wastewater Treatment and Reclamation Program, Water Resources Development Program, and Thermal Desalination and Innovative Desalination Technologies programs. And finally, there's the Techno-Economics Research Division, under which the Circular Economy Program takes its own research activities into place. Next slide, please. And so with regards to oceanographic and fisheries management research activities in Kuwait, so one of the core measures of support that Kuwait can render to blue economy stakeholders is supporting environmentally sustainable resources. And this includes things like ocean sciences and ecosystem services, biodiversity, fisheries management, as well as habitat restoration and conservation. And there's a dedicated research program at KISR, the Ecosystem-Based Management of Marine Resources Program, that has been established to address these needs. Next slide, please. So aquaculture is also an active area of research in Kuwait, and specifically Kuwait is currently culturing several species of finfish as well as shrimp, and is developing these culturing technologies for the private sector. And once again, a dedicated research program, the aquaculture program, has been established at KISR to develop aquaculture technologies both for pilot scale and commercial scale production of high quality fresh fish that have economic value to the local market. Next slide, please. So one of the newest research areas in Kuwait and at KISR is bioprospecting. Specifically, the Marine Bioprospecting Lab at KISR has been established, and it involves isolation and characterization of molecules with bioactive properties, including antioxidant, anti-cancer, antihypertensive, anti-fouling, antibacterial, as well as other active properties. The lab is currently equipped with facilities and instrumentation for sample handling, extraction, routine microbial and biochemical analyses, high-performance liquid chromatography, gas chromatography and mass spectrometry, latroscans for thin layer chromatography and flame ionization detection, Western blotting, as well as a microplate multimode reader, so standard devices. Importantly, a cell culture facility is currently also being developed in this marine bioprospecting lab for the purpose of testing bioactivity of compounds in cell lines with the aim of moving into in vivo testing. Next slide, please. So habitat restoration research activities. Current work in that field involves macroalgal, seagrass, and oyster bed restoration. And habitats for all these organisms were negatively impacted due to coastal development activities, and restoration of these habitats is essential for the region. Next slide, please. So with regards to coastal protection research activities in Kuwait, so there are currently dedicated research programs and activities involving numerical modeling or development of numerical models of coastal protection and rises in sea levels for the purpose of monitoring coastal eutrophication and also monitoring and assessing the impact of anthropogenic and other influences on Kuwait's coastline. Next slide, please. So biodiversity is also an active area of research in Kuwait, and ongoing studies are aimed at documenting the marine flora and fauna in Kuwaiti waters. Several guidebooks have been published in that regard. Importantly, recently, metagenomic sequencing has been performed to profile marine microorganisms in the surrounding waters of Kuwait. And so bacterial community profiles have been established for Kuwait Bay, as well as other areas in the Arabian Gulf. Next slide, please. So waste disposal research. So waste disposal is a very significant problem in Kuwait, and KISR is currently seeking innovative solutions to tackle this very important problem. Next slide, please. So desalination is a very important area of research in Kuwait, and desalination is a key emerging area under the umbrella of the blue economy. Kuwait and the ROCME, or the Regional Organization for the Protection of the Marine Environment, so the ROCME Sea Area, they both rely on desalination technologies for freshwater production, both for the purposes of drinking water, establishing drinking water, or generating drinking water, and irrigation for crops. And so continued innovation in the desalination sector is a priority for this area, and specifically for the state of Kuwait, considering the reduced energy costs associated with utilizing said technology. And so environmental and financial challenges that are presented by desalination technologies are also key and need to be studied, especially given the increasing salinity of Kuwaiti waters. And this increase in salinity is caused by damming of upstream rivers and a reduction in freshwater flow, specifically from the Shatt al-Arab River towards the north. And so with that, these are some of the most active, you can go to the next slide, please. These are some of the most active research areas in Kuwait and that are related to the blue economy. And the ongoing research activities aim specifically to firstly sustainably utilize and exploit local marine resources, and secondly to diversify Kuwait's economy, which is currently very reliant on oil. And so I would like to thank several colleagues at KISR who contributed to preparing this summary of research activities, and especially I would like to thank Dr. Faiz Al-Yamani, Dr. Sabina Habibullah, Dr. Nilamani Subramaniam, and Mr. Salim Al-Dakhur. And I hope the summit will serve as a platform for establishing collaborations that can contribute to developing innovative solutions to the various problems that were just discussed. And with that, I would like to yield the floor back to the chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Saja. It was a nice talk, and you kept your time very well. So I move on to the next talk. The last talk in this session by Dr. Samina Kidwai, Director General, National Institute of Oceanography from Pakistan, and he's going to talk about a step forward for Pakistan advancing blue growth through cooperation and innovation. Dr. Samina.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to begin this talk with thanking Dr. Atma, the Chair, UNESCO IOC, and all the organizers of this summit for giving us the opportunity and bringing us all on this platform to discuss the various developments that are taking place in our respective countries with reference to the blue economy. If I can have my presentation on, I can then begin.
Can we have the slides, please?
Can you see the slides?
Not yet.
I think the PDF is not opening. So.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Now we can see it.
Okay.
If you can take it to the first slide first, and then we will.
Okay.
Today I'm going to talk to you about how what Pakistan is planning for the blue growth. And next slide, please. I've made my presentation in this sequence. We are going to discuss about blue growth in the Pakistan perspective, then a little bit about introducing what the national focus is and how we are preparing and how international cooperation is helping us. Next slide, please. For us, blue growth means opportunities, creating new jobs, and generating a gross added value to our economy. We want to make it a smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth. And there are, like all the others, all the other speakers presented, it is a multi-sectoral and long-term benefit that each one of our countries are going to gain. Next slide, please. Okay, for Pakistan, our Prime Minister, His Excellency Mr. Imran Khan, had announced year 2020 as the year of the blue economy. Unfortunately, because of the COVID-19, this has been put forward. The scope is that the present time maritime revenue is not a lot. We gain about $183 million US, but the scope is planned to increase. The focus areas that we think where there is a high potential for sustainable jobs and growth are trade through the sea routes, aquaculture and fisheries, ocean energy and seabed mining, coastal tourism, and marine biodiversity and biotechnology. Next, please. Next slide, please. We think that the essential components in achieving the national goals are through knowledge, a legal certainty, and security. So these are three areas that are the current government is focusing on, and we hope that with the three components improving, the potential of blue growth should grow for the country. Next slide, please. Our focus is on directly or indirectly on food and water security. Pakistan is amongst those countries that have scarcity of water, fresh water, since we have only one major river which is flowing through the country, the Indus, and that too has been has had many dams built on the river course, and so the water that reaches the oceans is not what it should be. Extraction for energy through tidal ocean tides and waves. We have currently at the National Institute of Oceanography a feasibility project that is going on, studying the potential of tidal energies in the creek areas of the Indus. Then we have exploration for sustainable utilization of marine resources and the maritime areas of Pakistan and beyond. And then we're looking at the protection of maritime zones, coastal exclusive economic zone, and marine ecosystems. Next slide, please. If we can just introduce our coastline, we are about 1,000 kilometers of coastline. Generally, we are divided into two main sectors through the Murray Ridge. One is on the eastern side, which is bordering India, is the Sindh coast, which has a broad continental shelf, and that's where most of our fisheries is focusing. On the western side, which is bordering Iran, and which is close to Oman as well, is the Makran area, which is also a subduction zone, and it has a lot of seismic activities that are going on as well. So those are areas that are also being studied. Indus Delta, of course, on the eastern side has a huge significance because it serves as nursery grounds. We have mangrove forest, extensive mangrove forest in the Indus Delta, which serve as nursery grounds. So there's quite a bit of studies going on and collaborations going on, looking at food web dynamics and with reference to food security. Cobar Creek is the main river channel. We have 18 main creeks, hundreds of minor creeks. Then we have the Swatch area, which is where the river enters the sea. And the exclusive economic zone of Pakistan is about 240,000 square kilometers. And with the successful extension of our continental shelf, we have extended our shelf area by 50,000 square kilometers. Next, please. China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is one of the key game changers for Pakistan, and we are building and establishing a new port at Gwadar. Gwadar has a plan to have a free zone. We are also building an international airport there. The Gwadar Smart Port City and Master Plan will help change this coastal area. Right now, we have only the Karachi area, the 80 kilometers of Karachi area, which is extensively developed. The rest of the coastline is very much underdeveloped and pristine. Next, please. Aquaculture and fisheries, there's the potential to grow to about 2 billion annually. NIO itself has two facilities, one at the eastern side and one on the western side. And they are, with collaboration with our provincial fisheries authorities, we are going into aquaculture ventures. Post the extension of the continental shelf, the Prime Minister formulated two committees, one to look at the living resource potential and one to look at the non-living resource potential of Pakistan. So for the living resource potential, NIO Pakistan was the chair, And there are several recommendations that came out of that, and we are following that in true letter and spirit. Next, please. This is a glimpse of the Indus Delta, the mangrove stands there. Some areas in the mangrove in the Indus Delta are still untouched and quite natural. Others have seen some development. So we are trying to study the food web dynamics using biomarkers and others to look at and trace the food web dynamics of the coast of the Indus Delta food dynamic system for food security, because that's where the shelf area is the broadest and the nursery grounds in the delta are contributing to the fisheries. Next, please. Ocean energy and seabed mining. We had two joint cruises, one in 2017 and 18, another one in 2019. This was in collaboration with the Geological Survey of China for gas hydrate exploration in the Makran coast. Then there was another cruise that was carried out for natural hazard studies, like I said, on the western side in the Makran area, Makran margin. There is a seismic activity and exploration. So any coastal installations that come out, the seismicity of that area is critical to the development, the coastal development there. So these two joint cruises were carried out recently. Next, please. Coastal tourism, like I said, only Karachi area is very well developed. The rest of the 1,000 kilometers is untouched and pristine, and there is a huge potential for coastal tourism, growth in coastal tourism. Right now, we have only a very, very minuscule contribution coming from coastal tourism, and we think there is a potential of tourism, coastal tourism growing. And you might see that the geological features on the coast. This is the Hingol National Park, which is adjacent to the coastal highway that connects Karachi and Gwadar. And all along the coast, there are extremely beautiful geological features, natural geological features that are of high interest for tourism. And the sandy beaches, extensive sandy beaches where turtles come to nest, are also high potential for tourism. Next, please. Recently, we've had interest in the blue carbon valuation, and the Ministry of Climate Change has been the lead organization doing that. And we recently published a draft. It's still in the draft form for Pakistan's blue carbon rapid assessment. So this is also an area that is being tapped into. Next, please. Marine protected areas, we recognize Pakistan is a signatory to the CBD, and we recognize that the significance of some of the critical ecosystems on our coast and offshore. And this is one of we have very few islands offshore, and this is one of the islands. It's called the Cherna Island. It's one of the potential sites for the marine protected areas. Right now, we have only one declared marine protected areas, but there are 7 potential sites, and they are under consideration for being declared as MPAs for Pakistan. Next, please. We recognize that the advancement of knowledge can come only through cooperation and collaboration. And we have, over the years, NIO is nearly 40 years old. We've had many, many international collaborations over the 40 years. And these are some of the important collaborators. We have worked with the Woodsole, Southampton, and our Chinese colleagues recently are very, very active with us, and we recognize and value their contribution to our development in research. Next, please.
Dr. Samina, I think it's time
yes,
for
I'm
you
just
to
summing
wind
up. Okay, I'll just skip a few. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, we signed a few MOUs with Chinese institutions, and mostly for capacity building, training, joint research exchange programs, etc. Next, please. Next. These are some of the research in the field. Next, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Samina, and all the speakers. We are running out of time, but I have the permission from the General Chair that I can entertain one question. And the lucky person who gets this question is Dr. Yasser. So the question is, what type of plan Saudi Arabia has for renewable energy? For example, from wave, offshore wind, ocean currents, etc. I would like you to answer very briefly in 1 or 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Well, Saudi Arabia has building now 3 wind farms near the Neom area. They're building. We are building now the big solar farm as well, somewhere near Al Kharj, south of Riyadh. So there are so many, so many direction for the renewable energy. Saudi Arabia taking place for that. Now, regarding the tide or something from the oceans, many of you, the tide in the Red Sea, it's the range of the tide of the Red Sea is very low. So even the generation can be created from the tide and from the Red Sea is not going to be very practical, even for the Gulf area. So basically, the focus right now is basically on the wind and in the solar. I hope I just answered quickly the questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for the nice presentations. I'm amazed by the kind of work that is happening around us. I see a lot of potential for collaborations. I think many countries are doing similar things, but possibly for the success of this program, you could identify people who are, leading some of these efforts and try to collaborate rather than doing things individually. And I think the last presentation by Dr. Samina is a good example where they are collaborating with many parties around the world to get things done. With that, I would like to conclude this session, and I would like to thank Dr. Atmanand for inviting me to chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venugopalan, for conducting effectively this session. Let me also thank all the speakers, and we will now move on to the next session. I only request that the time has to be very strictly enforced because of we don't want to exceed the overall time limit. So I would now request Dr. Ravichandran. He is the president of Ocean Society of India, one of the co-organizers of today's meeting, and director of National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Goa, India. Over to Dr. Ravichandran, please.
Thank you, Dr. Atmanand, and I must say India for giving me this opportunity. First of all, very good afternoon to all of you. And I think we have in this session, we have 6 talks originally planned, but I understand the first talk, I think unfortunately one of our colleagues from Bangladesh, Dr. Mohammed, could not join due to some personal problem. So we will have only 5 talks. So, but we will restrict to our time only 10 minutes per talk. And if you have any questions, audience or anybody, if you have any question, please type in the chat menu. So we will take, if time permits, we will take it forward. So the first talk is from Dr. Ramdas. So he is the director of the National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, India. He will deliver a talk on blue economy on Indian way. Please go ahead, Ramdas. You can restrict to 10 minutes. If it is not there, I will come back. Thank you.
You're muted, Ramdas.
Good evening, and I'm doing away with the formal salutations because the chairman has given me ultimatum that I should not take more than 10 minutes, and my boss, Dr. Atmanand, also told me that I should not cross this time limit. Okay, so the title of my talk is Blue Economy, Indian Way. Next slide, please. Yeah, as you all know, India has a large exclusive economic zone, and we have got a very long coastline of around 7,500 kilometers. And if you add the extended exclusive economic zone also, and also there are some areas allotted to us by United Nations in Indian Ocean for the exploitation of polymetallic, exploration of polymetallic nodules and hydrogen sulfides. If you add all those areas, India's EEZ is as big as the actual land area, which is quite big. Next slide, please. And towards exploration and harvesting of these natural resources, there was an ocean policy by Government of India. In 1981, Department of Ocean Development was started. Later, it was converted into Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. If I'm not wrong, actually, India is the only country in the world to have an exclusive ministry for the earth sciences. And there is a draft policy actually on blue economy. It was initiated in 2015. Now the policy paper is ready on blue economy. Actually, that is undergoing some public consultation and scrutiny. After that, it will be made into a formal document. And to add to all these things, the Government of India has announced a deep ocean mission as a decisive step towards harnessing the deep ocean resources as a part of the Blue Economy Initiative of Government of India. Next slide, please. Yeah, actually, these are the subgroups that are already formed, and these groups are in action, and they have been making the recommendations for the steps to be taken in increasing the share of blue economy in Indian GDP. Next slide, please. Yes, the main components of blue economy, there is no unique definition for these components of blue economy, but as we see, we can categorize into three categories. One is extraction of non-living resources. It can be minerals, it can be energy, and it can even be fresh water. And similarly, living resources, that is harvesting of living resources as a seafood or as a marine biotechnology involving pharmaceutical chemicals and culturing, etc. And of course, the ocean component, commerce is actually another important component which involves trade and transport, and tourism and recreation. The last part, the tourism and recreation, is actually gaining ground in India right now. And there are some programs tailor-made for this one. Next slide, please. Coming to this resources we have in Indian EEZ and as well as the allotted areas, we are not including the extended EEZ in this one. If you see hydrocarbons, we have around 350 million tons, that is actually 50% of national reserves, and 1 TCM of natural gas, that is 67% of national resources there. Another important resources which can be future source of energy is gas hydrates. We have around 2,000 trillion meter cube of gas hydrates available. They say that even if we tap 10% of it, it can sustain India for another 100 years. Of course, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. And we have renewable ocean energy, which can translate into several terawatts. And we have living resources, non-living resources in these terms of from beach placer deposits to deep sea minerals. Of course, deep sea minerals are there in the allotted area, not in our EEZ at all. And you can see the value of these things. And living resources are around 3.9 million ton. And of course, fresh water is unlimited. Actually, it depends on the water available on the mainland and what energy, water we can convert into seawater that can be converted into fresh water. And shipping is around 14% of the country's GDP. It contributes to that one. Next slide, please. And about ocean commerce, actually, we have a tremendous potential. But if you see our number of ports or container traffic in when compared to other countries like China and US, we are still lagging behind a lot. Now we have a lot to catch up with this one. Next slide, please. And energy from the oceans, if you take actually the institute where I am working in, actually National Institute of Ocean Technology, which is an autonomous institute under the Ministry of Earth Sciences, we are working on converting different forms of ocean energy into electrical energy. For example, we demonstrated a setup actually in southern western part of India, and we demonstrated this concept of converting wave energy into electrical energy. And similarly, we have shown that it is possible to tap the tidal energy. We have done this demonstration at near the Andaman Islands in the east coast of India. And we also did some experiments on ocean thermal gradient. And finally, we have demonstrated and we have come out with some kind of standalone systems of actually buoys, actually, which are powered by this waves and ocean thermal gradients and other things and all. And also we are working on extracting energy from the offshore wind also. Next slide, please. India is a part of this International Energy Agency, especially on the ocean energy systems technology, and we are collaborating with different countries in coming out with sustainable and reliable technologies for extracting the energy from the oceans. Next slide, please. And if you see offshore wind energy, now it is gaining ground. We realize the potential. Actually, as we go away from the land, actually we get a better harvest of the offshore wind. We expect that by 2047, 2% of the total generation will be from the offshore wind. Next slide, please. Towards this one, we started installing some actually observation towers in Gulf of Cambot in West Coast, and also in Tamil Nadu in the East Coast also. We have established some towers and we have put that LiDARs on that one. We are assessing the wind, that is offshore wind potential in the Indian coast. Next slide, please. And coming to natural gas production, if you see, our aim is that by 2047 at least, we have to 9.8% actually domestic production should be actually achieved. Then India will become import independent for the natural gas. Efforts are on to do this one. Next slide, please. And as a part of this one, we have mapped the resources of gas hydrates in the marine sediments in the east and west coast of India. And we found that they are actually distributed there and all. And now we are into developing the technologies for harvesting these gas hydrates. In fact, China and Japan are the only countries actually to have demonstrated extraction of gas from the offshore methane hydrates. And efforts are on to make India as the next country to do that. Thank you. Next, please. And as an offshoot of our ocean thermal energy conversion, we came out with one a special desalination technique called low temperature thermal desalination. We take ordinary seawater, we create partial vacuum over that one, we generate the vapor. But to cool this vapor, to make it fresh water, we take water from 1,000 meters or around 700, 800 meters water depth, and we use that water for cooling the vapor to make it a fresh water. But this is more suitable for the islands where the depth is available close to the shore. So we have specialized that technique and we have installed these techniques in these plants in many islands in the west coast of India. And also the same thermal gradient is available in the thermal power plants also, because they use they leave the hot water as the effluent into this one. There also we can use the same thermal gradient and we can generate fresh water. Next slide, please. This was done and installed at west coast of India in islands called Lakshadweep Islands. When we started these plants, actually the freshwater production in these coral islands actually led to 90% reduction on the diseases occurring there. It became not only actually quenching the thirst of the people, but it became a social engineering as well, and it created a lot of development in the overall development in the islands. Next slide, please. And coming to minerals, actually, we have only dealt with so far energy and fresh water. Coming to minerals, India is actually concentrating on three kinds of minerals. One is polymetallic nodules, which are available at 5,500 meters water depth at a site in Indian Ocean, and hydrothermal sulfides, which occur at around 2,500 meters depth, again away from our EEZ, and gas hydrates, which are available at 1,000 meters water depth, in our EEZ. Next slide, please. And you can see from this one that where our site is, that it is actually this polymetallic nodule site at 5,500 meters water depth. Polymetallic nodules in the shape of potatoes are strewn on the seafloor. They are rich in cobalt, nickel, copper, and manganese. You can see the potential as given there in the figures there in million metric tons actually. We have got only the contract for exploration only, but very soon ISBA, International Seabed Authority, is going to come out with the exploitation code for this one. Towards this one, we started developing the technology for exploratory mining, and we proved it around 500 meters successfully. And later we graduated into 6,000 meters water depth. A few days back, in fact, less than a week back, actually, we demonstrated our capability of operating mining machine at 5,200 meters water depth, which is a world record as of now. Next slide, please. And also to map the resources and to explore the resources, we developed a number of vehicles, remotely operated vehicles, autonomous vehicles and all, and we have operated them from shore to 6,000 meters water depth and Bay of Bengal to Antarctica and all. And with the experienced guide there, we are also developing a manned submersible which can go up to 6,000 meters water depth with 3 scientists or pilots actually, and which can map the ocean resources there. And I think if everything goes well, by 2024, we'll have this capability. Next slide, please. And coming to actually fisheries, as you can see, India is doing, actually we have 6.4 million tons we are producing, but if you see, only 3 million tons is from the ocean and sea, and 3.4 million tons is from the inland water bodies. So we are actually sadly neglecting the deep ocean fishing actually. The only solution we see is that developing right kind of technology and infrastructure. Next slide, please.
Ramdas.
Yeah, I'm doing actually. So doing that one, we are doing fisheries resources. Actually, we are doing inventarization. Next slide, please. And we are also actually trying to increase the biomass. We, instead of taking the fishermen to fish, we want to bring the fish to fishermen by creating some offshore cages and some kind of artificial reeds and fish aggregating devices. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. You can skip this one. And research activities towards the coastal areas. Actually, we have 3 pronged strategies. One is shoreline protection, and another is actually mapping the pollution and actually reducing it. And finally, coastal vulnerability, mitigation measures from tsunami and storm surges and other natural hazards actually. Next slide. So this is the coastal monitoring. We have actually understanding, measuring, then modeling, and then disseminating the data. This is our actually plan of action for the coastal monitoring. Next slide, please. And coastal protection measures. This is actually coming to the last part of my presentation. We have recreated actually the last beaches in the 2 places in the southern part of India, that is near at Pondicherry, a tourist place, and a Kadalur Perikuppam, another place actually. And we have also participated in engineering investigation in Gulf of Combat, in the project called prestigious project called Kalpasar. Actually, now we are involved in making the detailed project report for this project. Next slide, please. So we also have the mandate for actually putting some mood buoys and all in oceans and all. Previously, we were using it for actually collecting the data from the oceans and predicting weather and all, but now we have mandate for using them as a tsunami early warning systems as well. And our contribution in tracking the cyclones and reducing the property loss and human life loss and all is actually remarkable. Next slide, please. And also, actually, our sister organizations are working in potential fishing zones, ocean state forecasts, early warning systems for tsunami and storm surges, and of course, special services. Actually, they are not exactly under blue economy, but for Indian Navy and Coast Guard, we are giving some services. Next slide, please. Okay, this is Sagarmala project, a prestigious project from the Government of India, actually for the port modernization. As I told earlier, actually, though we have a lot of potential, we are actually lagging behind other countries in using the ports and all, connectivity and also, but this ambitious project is going to actually fill that gap. Next slide, please. So we have our own research vessels. Actually, from our institute, we have a small fleet of vessels. Actually, we have a big research vessel which can go up to Antarctic waters, and we have some coastal research vessels for helping our coastal community in doing research and development activities. Next slide, please. So this is the conclusion. With the extended exclusive economic zone, India's ocean jurisdiction is increasing and it may become as big as the land area. And sustained harvesting of these resources could help in leveraging robust 2.5 trillion Indian dollar economy, like actually, but at a minimum rate of actually 7%. Of course, the ultimate goal is to make a 5 trillion dollar economy. And consistent efforts have to be undertaken for efficient, we don't call it exploitation, but we would like to call it harvesting of blue economy resources. And these activities should be in balance with the long-term capacity of Indian Ocean ecosystems. We have to strike a balance. Thank you, and I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ramdas, for summarizing India's effort in building the blue economy. And thank you once again. I think we don't have time. Maybe if later on, if time permits, we can take up some questions. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Now I request the next speaker, Dr. Piri Feiler, on basically he's a professor of economics and finance group. He's a director of Center for Blue Governance, University of Portsmouth, UK. And I request him to talk on blue economy development around the Indian Ocean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to give you a presentation and really about, I will focus on the African perspective. So firstly, next slide, please. I will give you a very brief overview, what we think about, the blue economy, what the African Union has done recently. I don't know if you're aware, but they have adopted a blue economy strategy at the continental level. A few RECs or a few regional economic communities have also, started to develop their own blue economy strategy at the regional level. And in this occasion, I will give you an overview of what IGAD has done, with the countries in the Horn of Africa. Next one. So I think you know about this, but this is quite interesting for the Indian Ocean, is that the blue economy, has mainly emerged, following, of course, the UN summit, but mainly following what's happened in Samoa in 2014. And for that conference, we prepare with a colleague, a small document, which was about unlocking the full potential of the blue economy for the seas, for the African seas. So the African seas in the Indian Ocean, but also in the Atlantic, with Sao Tome, Cabo Verde, and Guinea-Bissau. So that was really, the start of the blue economy, and especially to have the blue economy in the international agenda. And what is interesting here is that he has really been pushed, by small countries, we can say, not big countries like India or, the other, big countries in Africa, but by small countries. So you can see, just thinking about that, about the power, that we can have, when we go together. And this is something that we have to think about in this context of, the Indian Ocean collaboration. So that's something we need to have in mind, that when we go together, we can do very, very important things and strong things. So I put as well, the blue economy strategy for Africa. I put that in Arabic for our colleagues, for the Middle East. And you can see, that this is on the left. Yeah, no, it's on the right bottom, for you. All the derived projects that we have on the blue economy. So, we have the European Blue Growth, we have the Ocean Economy, we have the Ocean Governance, the Blue Governance, etc., etc. We have the Blue Bonds, with the Seychelles emissions in 2015. We have the Blue Belt, we have the Blue Charter from the Commonwealth, etc., etc. So we have a lot of we can say, associated product to the blue economy that are quite interesting because that reinforce, the implementation of the blue economy. Next slide, please. So at the African level, and I think this is quite interesting to look at, is that first I just give you an overview of the way the African blue economy has been set up, and it's interesting because it provides two things. The first one is that we are still looking, and that's true, for the blue economy, the African blue economy strategy, we are still looking at the blue economy as an addition of sectors. Okay, here you can see from transport to blue carbon ecosystem to research and education. Okay, so but we will see, in the next few slides that blue economy is not just, having a policy for the fishery, having a policy for the transportation, having a policy for the tourism, is really about having an integrated policy. And this is what we will have to take into account. The other interesting things here is that for the first time, we have been able, to put some figures in something that was more or less estimated very roughly for all the sectors. Okay, and that's the value added generated by the sectors. And what is interesting also is to see that we talk a lot about the fishery, and this morning as well, fishery, aquaculture, port, transportation, etc., etc. But what is the most important, even now and in the future? So we put 2030 and for the SDGs, and 2063 because that corresponds to the date of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. What will be the most important will be the coastal tourism. Okay? And this is interesting because it really means that we need to have integrated policies. Okay, in other words, you cannot set up a fish farm, on a beautiful beach or nearby a beautiful beach. Okay, we need to have a really integrated policy. So overall, the other things that we can say from this is that the value will be growing and growing. We listen some figures, from Pakistan, from India, but for Africa, it will be quite huge. Okay, we are talking in billions. Okay, so 570 billions in 2063. So next one. So next one, the jobs, number of jobs is also interesting, is that if we will still have a lot of jobs in the fishery sectors, okay, the bulk of job will be in the coastal tourism. So that's interesting. And it's even more interesting when you know that there is almost no tourism training or tourism capacities or tourism's, we can say, master program or things like this, at the universities in Africa. That doesn't exist. So you see, the scale of the gap here. The other thing that is interesting is to see that the blue carbon and ecosystem is something that that will grow. And I think we really underestimate, the value or the number of the job here in 2030 and 2063. Have in mind that the EU now, for every euro that they will spend overseas, 50% of this, or 50 cents, will be on the climate change mitigation and adaptation. So blue carbon and ecosystem I think will be far bigger than what we planned 2 years ago. Next one. The other things that is interesting is that that's a paper we published recently, is that it's quite unknown what we have in terms of ecosystems and what we have in terms of capacity to, we can say, to absorb the carbon, to sequester the carbon, or even capacity to protect the coast to produce biomass. So here we had a look at the different country by country and for each large marine ecosystem. And we found out that even if the value is quite high, in terms of economic value, the most big part of the most of the ecosystem are quite in a bad shape. Okay, and you can see the red rectangles in the bottom. That, for instance, the capacity of the mangroves at the moment to absorb carbon and to protect the coast is only about 44% of what it should be, if the mangroves were in a good shape. Okay, so that alerts you about something to do about restoring the mangroves. Same for the seagrasses, it's a bit better for the reef, and it's a bit even better for the kelp forest. Next one. So the principles, that's what we have done for IGAD. We have done, you know, the blue economy strategy for the Indian Ocean Commission. Is we have some pillars. The first one is to rely on the circular economy. That's something very, very important. So in other words, is to move away from the business as usual way of doing the things. Okay, so try to limit the waste, etc., etc. Good governance, we cannot escape from that. Environmental and social sustainability, and this is why I emphasize on the fact that we need to have an integrated policies, you know, and also the empowerment of, you know, the and inclusive decision making, you know, especially for the most vulnerable people. Next one. So we're trying to go a bit faster. So the things about the blue economy is that people are always referring to the concept, but if you want to implement the policy, you need to have a proper definition of the blue economy. So we did one for IGAD. It's a bit long, okay, but in short, you know, is that you do two things at the same time, and you not put upfront the economic things, and after you try to deal with the environmental one, but you try to make some value on the economic things, and at the same time you improve, enhance the capacity of the ecosystems, you know, to provide services. Next one. This is quite interesting as well, is that this is something that we have tried to develop, is that usually the countries have difficulties to see, you know, where they can have a very strong return on investment. So if you look at on the left, you know, the bottom of the left, you know, you can see that ecosystem restorations, responsible fishery, ecotourism, natural heritage valorization, etc., etc., you know, is a low investment, okay, compared to oil and gas, deep sea mining, but it's a very good return on investment, and is a very short-term implementation scheme. Okay? So this can be used, you know, to see where, you know, it's wise to put the money, and maybe, you know, start, you know, with the low investment, short-term implementation one, and go progressively, you know, to the long-term implementation and high investment. Okay, next one. Okay, so we have a set of challenges, and I think I'll go quickly, but especially I think we can find that everywhere around the Indian Oceans. Okay, so I don't spend too much time. Next one. Okay, so we had 4 axes of intervention, okay, and that's something that we can think about, you know, at the scale of the Indian Ocean as well. You know, the first one is really about structuring the blue economy. I was mentioning, you know, the lack of definition. I was mentioning the lack of coordination, you know, between the ministries, etc., etc. So that's the first thing. The second one is really about reinforcing, you know, traditional sectors, but not in a way, you know, that we do usually by, you know, having a project, having a program, but really about thinking about new ways of developing, you know, the sectors, and especially the emerging ones. And I think Bangladesh is very good on this. The third one is about implementing regional initiatives. So initiatives can be done at the country level, but it will be better, and it will be even stronger, you know, to have initiative at the regional levels. And the fourth one is about really having the regional cooperation and integrations. And here I'm talking about research, education, and a few other things. So next. So the first, so about the structuring of the economy. So I mentioned, you know, the definition, that's very important. The knowledge of the potential and constraints, and we spend a lot of time, for instance, to do that in Bangladesh, and that was very good. Okay, because at the end we created a very good working group on this. So that's something important to do. The coordination is usually the weakest points, is that nobody wants to share, you know, their privileges, and nobody wants to work together with the others. So it's really, really a big challenge that you need to tackle, and that takes a few years. communication and financings that we can talk later. But the important one here is about, and I didn't mention that yet, but we are doing some work with UNECA, so it's the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and we have developed a blue economy toolkit for the valuation of the economic activities, the environmental services, and also the social dimension of the blue economy. So that will be available soon, and I think there's a workshop very soon for Seychelles and for Rwanda. Next one.
Dr. Feiler, can you summarize?
Yeah, I can summarize. So we can go to the last one. Okay. Okay, so anyway, you will have the presentation. So that's the key one. Say, I think we more or less everybody said, yeah, you can go to the last one. We're on this. Yes. So plannings, that's the key things. Okay. Without the planning, nobody will come to your country. Nobody will come to invest because they don't know where they're putting their money in. Okay. For the government, on the other side, for the government, the planning is fundamental because it provides, you know, the support for developing a vision for the blue economy. And what we can see here as well, you know, and this is taken from the EU Blue Growth Strategy, is that it will allow the possibility to limit as possible the negative externalities and to create, you know, synergies between the different blue economy activities. So that's something important. Coordination, so I mentioned that, but it's not only about ministries, you know, having ministries working together, it's also having the private sector on board, okay? So public-private initiatives are quite important here. The last one, and that's the last one is about the ecosystems. So without the ecosystems, you can think about whatever you want for the blue economy, nothing will happen because, you know, if there's no carbon sequestration, if there's no fish production, etc., you will be very, very limited, you know, in terms of development. So for all of this, we need the blue governance, and this is why we have set up the center at the University of Portsmouth, you know, and the Center for the Blue Governance Research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Feiler, for bringing out the blue economy strategy for the Africa. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think if time permits, later we can ask 1 or 2 questions. Thank you. So now I invite the next speaker, Dr. Hussain Al-Muskati from Oman. We will be talking about the fishery sector in the Sultanate of Blue Economy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you hear me, please?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for providing me this opportunity to present the blue economy for my country, Oman. Okay, next slide, please. This is the content of my presentation. It will start overview of the fisheries sector in Oman and fleet structure until 2020, evaluation of fisheries landing, long-term strategy 2020, and objective of 2040 Oman vision, objective and policies of the 8th five-year plan, fisheries sector action to meet blue growth objective and investment opportunity. Next, please. Okay, the status of the fishery in Oman. The fishery in Oman constitutes a common heritage to the country. It is ranked the second natural resources contribution to the domestic GDP after the hydrocarbon sector. It's employed directly more than 50,000 fishermen on board, approximately more than 24,000 fishing craft. Also, it's play an important socio-economic role and contribute considerably to the food security. Per capita fish consumption is reached up to 55.7 annually. I mean, this is very high level for global rates. The net export is around 30% of our total catch. Next, please. The fleet structure, we have a small scale fishing craft, this artisanal, which is more than 24,000. And the artisanal vessel, we have around 700, and coastal vessel more than 160. Industrial vessel, we have only 11. Abalone divers, we have 21 divers, and aquaculture, we have commercial and integrated. Commercial is 10 projects and integrated is 22. Next, please. We can see from this table the landing is increasing gradually from 2011 until 2017, then 2017 up to 2020. There's high increase in the total catch in Oman. Total landings reached up to 840,000. From 2017 it was 350, around 350, and 2011 was only 160. Most of this catch is coming from the artisanal fleet, which is around 94% of catch coming from artisanal, and around 5% coming from commercial, and the rest come from coastal and aquaculture. Next slide, please. This is also the table showing exactly what I'm talking about in previous slide. I'll go to the next slide, please. Okay, this total fish production, which I mentioned, it's 840. The composition of the country artisanal is around 7,993, which is 94%. Commercial only for 5%. Coastal is 0.5%, and fisheries import is around 2%. Aquaculture is 0.2%. Fisheries export is 30%. And the last is total consumption is around 100,000. Next slide. Our long-term strategy 2020 was about sustainability of fisheries resource and environment, competitiveness of national fisheries industry, promotion of human being, better adaptation to climate change. Next slide, please. This is the overall objective of Oman Vision 2040. It's create the world-class fisheries and aquaculture sector. It is profitable and environmentally sustainable way, and it is an effective contributor to the Sultanate economy. The goal of 2040 is improving the economic added value of the sector through effective management and environmental sustainability, providing a new investment opportunity for the private sector, promote innovation, improve production chain efficiency, and develop value-added fishery products. The five-step vision, five-step of the Vision 2040 is, the first one is fisheries status defined, fisheries management unit state, stakeholder management agreed, sustainable fish supply, and finally is world-class, profitable, and environmental sustainable fisheries sector. Next slide, please. The fisheries sector action to meet the blue growth objective. We have the 8th 5-year plan, national plan. We have ongoing project. We have sector strategy and blue growth. The sector strategy has 4 pillars: the production development, resource management, research, fisheries infrastructure, and trade, market, and quality. The blue growth, we have 3 principles for the blue growth. The first principle is improve productivity, and the second one, enhance social standard. The third one is environmental and ecosystem protection. Next slide, please. The first strategy pillar, production development. For this pillar strategy is encouraging increase of fish production through investment in fishing fleet and production activity. The ongoing project is the small and large pelagic resources exploitation for untapped resources, modernize fishing fleet, aquaculture and development, artificial reef farm. Artificial reef farm, we have the biggest farm in the Middle East. We already launched this project and will be finished soon, maybe next month. This project is around 21,000 kilometer length, and the depth is around 30 meters in water, and it deployed more than 4,000 artificial reef. Last is a promotion of coastal women. For the blue growth, we have greater productivity from natural resources, better governance of fish resources, food security, and poverty reduction. Next slide. The second strategy pillar is resource management and research development. The pillar strategy is promotion of the participatory management for resources sustainable use, research, control, and surveillance, and capacity building. For ongoing project, Fisheries Law 2019, the law has been enacted and the executive bylaw is under development, strengthening the resource government and support research facility and capacities, strength control and surveillance VMS. We already upgraded our VMS program. Now it will be covered all artisanal and industrial in Omani water. Reduction of IUU fishing activities, engaging stakeholder participation. For the blue growth objective in this strategy, better environmental control and biodiversity, improved ecological system, and combating pollution, ocean acidification, and climate change. Next slide, please. The third strategy pillar is fisheries infrastructure. We have 24 existing ports in Oman. 9 ports are under construction, under development, sorry. 1 port is under construction, 4 ports under design, and 2 ports under offering, tendering. Next slide, please. The Fisheries Industrial Zone. This zone is created by the government. It's to boost the processing capability. 250 million to be invested in this zone, and fishing port, the largest multi-purpose fisheries facilities in the Middle East. It will consist of 60 processing plants, storing facilities, fishing port, vessel repair, aquaculture, research and development, and training facilities. Next slide, please. Fisherman villages. Fisherman villages. It is the purpose of this is the rehabilitation of the current fisherman village. We have one in Ras Madrak is already developed. Create 2 more villages in Musta area and Sarab and Hitam, providing the appropriate environment, housing, and other services for the fishermen to settle. Encouraging Omani fishermen from neighboring area to engage in fishing activity in these villages by providing an appropriate work and living environment. Improving the quality of the landed fish by providing the necessary equipment, improving data collection, processing relating species and quantity of the landing. Facilitate the control process and respect the law and regulation related to the fisheries. Next slide, please. The fourth strategy pillar, trade market quality, promotion of fish marketing system, fish quality, and investment in market access. The ongoing project is development of fish markets, promotion of fish quality, promotion fish landing, develop marketing policy. The blue growth objective in this strategy is to improve image and quality of fish products, support food security and poverty reduction, social justice and economy development, promote Oman fish product for export. Next slide, please. The fish marketing system. We have 61 fish markets in the various states of the Sultanate. We have 1 wholesale market. We have more than 600 markets in fish outlet. We have 5 markets are under construction. A cooperation agreement with Oman Air to transport Omani fish shipment. A quarterly regulatory decision to provide fish in the Omani market. Next slide, please. Fish collection center is also part of the marketing. We have 12 sites have been approved to implementation this program. So far, 10 sites have been obtained from the competent authorities. It will be contributing to raising the quality of fish and maximizing the economic return. Next slide, please. fish factories. In Oman, we have 61 fish processing plants. 46 of these factories have a quality control certificate. 38 of them are licensed to export to European Union. 6 factories for powder and fish oil. 1 fish canning plant. Next slide, please.
Dr. Hussain?
Yes.
Try to complete.
It's only 2 slides left, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, this is how the investment will be. The government will be investing around 600, which is 40% of the total investment in this, which is $1.5 billion, and the rest will be from the private sector. The next slide, please. This is my last slide. The last slide, the investment opportunities in the sector. Fishery sector in Oman, the services like shipyard, repair and maintenance, logistics and storage, fish trade, export, marine construction, supply of spare parts, supply of fishing gear, supply of technology, ice production facilities, landing facilities, exploitation, fleet operator and fleet development for the processing, fish processing and value adding project, storage facilities, and aquaculture, fish feed for aquaculture hatcheries, a supply of net, etc. Diving companies, fish farm operating, and other services, consultancies, and training. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for bringing out the blue economy strategy, especially bringing out the various pillars. So strategy pillars, and we will take up, if time permits, some question in the end. Thank you once again. Thank you. Now I request the next speaker, Dr. Abdahi. I think he is from Iranian National Institute of Oceanography and Atmospheric Science, and he will be talking about marine aquaculture in Iran.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, accept my greeting from Iran. Salamun alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Atmanan and colleagues for their efforts to develop IOC India activities. The subject of my talk is a short report on marine aquaculture in Iran. So for an introduction, I have to say that among blue growth issues, we have grown rapidly in our country in the 3 sectors. The first one is the tourism and ecotourism. In many areas, tourism and ecotourism have a wide and diverse infrastructures. Yes, please stay on this slide. And infrastructures and facilities on the shores of the Caspian Sea in the north, and on the coast of the islands of the Persian Gulf and the Oman Sea. The second item, we have also developed the field of biomaterials, bioprospecting, and marine drug production, both in studies and commercial production. In this direction, even a specialized institute and major of study in university has been established in the south of the country. But in marine aquaculture, the level of activities has been extensive, both by the government and the private sector. Please, second slide. In the period of 19th to 2010, aquaculture has often concentrated and growing rapidly in inland waters, so that Iran has reached the first rank in the world in trout farming and the 5th rank in carp production. For a country like Iran, which is located in water-scarce region of the world, the protection of freshwater resources reserves is of particular importance. Therefore, about 10 years ago, marine culture in cages became a priority of aquaculture development. In general, as I said, marine aquaculture has two significant advantages, especially for our conditions. The first is the protection and reduction of pressure on freshwater reserves. And the second is the reduction of fishing pressure on living marine resources. The second slide, please. So how are things and what are the volumes in the world aquaculture? As you know, according to the latest Food and Agriculture Organization data, the global aquaculture harvest in 2018 was 114 million tons. 82 million tons of them are fish products. The share of the marine and coastal aquaculture is about 7 million tons, worth about 35 billion US dollars. As we can see from the chart, the sector is growing moderately and constantly. The next slide, please. Cage farming is practiced in many countries, led by China, Norway, and Chile. Next, please. Many species are cultivated in marine environment, from sturgeon to shrimp, oysters, and algae. But among fish farming in marine cages, the predominant species is salmon, with about 2/3 of world production in this sector. Next, please. In Iran, according to different estimates, the production capacity of fish farming in cages for the coastal waters of the Caspian Sea is at least 8,000 tons. And in the coastal waters of the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman, Oman Sea is estimated from 25,000 to 400,000 tons. Next, please. This slide shows that aquaculture production for 40 years in two sections of marine fishing and fish culture in Iran. As shown in the graph, cultivation compared to fishing from the sea has been steadily increasing in Iran. The next, please. This slide shows only the fish farming sector according to FAO statistics. The green color indicate cultivation in the waters of the Caspian Sea, and the dark color of the waters of the Persian Gulf and Oman Sea. Again, as can be seen, marine culture shows a significant and rapid growth compared to culture in inland waters in Iran. Next, please. Which possibilities and advantages we have in our waters in Iran? The first one, the native species that can be cultivated in all coastal waters of the south and north of the country. The second, environmental conditions and suitable ecological facilities in the territorial waters. Third, the possibility of using modern marine fish breeding systems in cages. And the fourth, very important moment, the shelter areas in the Persian Gulf, such as Qeshm and Kish Islands and Hurriyat, as suitable places for setting up marine fish farms in cages. And the private sector interested in investment, and the increases the production of marine fish to reduce fishing pressure. The next, please. And I have to add that we should consider some environmental rules and concerns in developing marine aquaculture. So in Iran, all the activities in the field are under the investigation of the State Department of the Environment. The next, please. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Abtaghi. And if anything is there, question, we will take it up later. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Vedamani. He will be talking about management and protection of marine resources within the EEZ of Qatar. He is basically a UNESCO chair in marine sciences, research professor and team lead, Environmental Science Center, Qatar University, Qatar. Yes, Dr. Vedamani.
Thank you, Dr. Ravichandran. And I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity for me to present what we are doing in the Qatari waters, which are related to blue economy. I'll be talking, say, about 10 minutes about how the marine resources are protected by the various research activities that we are carrying out in these waters. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just to show where Qatar is placed in the Arabian Gulf. In fact, the EEZ of Qatar is the area of Qatar EEZ is more than 2 times of the land area. That shows the importance of Qatar EEZ. And also, we all know that most of the oil and gas we are getting from the within the EEZ of Qatar. And if you see the developments, most of the developments are on the eastern side of the Qatar than the west coast. Moreover, all the desalination plants, most of them are situated along the east coast. Of course, there are some exploration going on how we can have a few desalination plants along the west coast also. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the blue economy that we can find in the waters of Qatar. It goes without saying that oil and gas is the primary blue economy that I don't want to bring it now. In fact, Qatar is number 2 in the gas production. And seafood products, yes, next to oil and gas, we can say that seafood products are the main economy. Then, of course, we are using only the potable water taken from the sea, mangrove forests, then seagrass meadows, coral reefs, aquaculture. Yes, it is now it is growing field in Qatar. Then ecotourism along with the sea turtles and dugong. These are some of the blue economy of the are the resources available in the Qatar water. We'll see one by one now. Next slide, please. Yeah. In fact, in 2016, it has been estimated that something like 15,000 metric tons of fish production was produced in 2016. But in 2017, government state of Qatar has put a ban on the trawling. So by that, it has reduced to 14,000 tons in that in the next few years. But in 2018, state of Qatar started importing fish from Norway, Turkey, India, Iran, Pakistan, etc. Now, in the last 2 years, there is a move to increase the aquaculture products. So a center has been established called Aquatic Research Center with the support of Qatar University and Ministry of Municipality and Environment. And we have a target of producing 7,000 tons of fish, predominantly shrimps per year. So in that way, by 2023, state of Qatar wants to meet 90% of its need through this local production. Next slide, please. Yeah, as we have seen, desalination in a way, yes, it cannot be, it has to be used for production of water for domestic as well as for the industrial purpose. At the same time, when we release the brine into the water, we know some of the impacts, but there should be a balance between the development as well as for the environmental health. Just 1 month ago, I have seen one paper in the journal which says that in Australia, they have done a study which says that the outfall of the desalination plant, there's a good production. In fact, they say that fish production is increased in the outfall. But that has to be studied. Otherwise, we know that whatever may be the reason, that when we release the brine, the salinity is a little higher. So there will be a chain reaction. Because of that one, there is a possibility of reduction in the dissolved oxygen. Then that will affect the ocean health. But of course, in the Gulf, if we see the years of information, we find that salinity is not increasing that much because of the nature's blessing on these waters. We are getting the water from the Arabian Sea, which is low in salinity, but when it goes into the Arabian Sea, it is high in salinity, and that way there's an equilibrium. And it has been projected by our scientists from our Gulf countries that even the next few tens of years, it is not going to be high beyond 2 PSU in some local regions, protected regions, or the stagnant regions. Otherwise, it is going to be well below, maybe around 0.2 or 0.3 only. So there's not much impact due to this, because it is a must. It is a blue economy, the water. Next slide, please. Yeah, mangroves. Yes, Qatar is known for good mangrove forests, but because of the recent developments, we can say that a good amount of these mangrove forests have been utilized for the other purposes, which is needed also. But government as well as the industries, they have taken a decision that those areas will be replanted, and that way, if you see the table, you can see that many of the locations have been replanted with the mangroves. So some sort of balance has been maintained. Next slide, please. Seagrass, which is a must for 2-3 issues like, Qatar is known for dugong. This is it's an endangered species. So seagrass meadow is an important thing, and seagrass is reducing the wave energy, so protecting the coast. Of course, it is needed for other ocean health purpose also. Seagrass is required. Next one. Coral reef, it is in many areas, it has been bleached because of sedimentation, because of high temperature in the region. But if you, next slide, please. Yes, these are the ecosystems around the coral reef, different locations of Qatar coast. Next one. Yeah, there are 2-3 years there was a coral bleaching because of various reasons. Maybe hypoxia could be one reason, or the sedimentation could be another reason. And the next one. So next slide, please. So in order to protect that one, in order to restore the depleted or the damaged or the bleached reef, Qatar University, in association with industries and Qatar Gas, we have started a program called Artificial Reef, Mushroom Forest Artificial Reef, copying almost the natural features and hydrodynamics. And we are going to implement this system in this year itself. So that can attract not only fish, even coral reef and other ecosystem also. So we expect that the collapsed ecosystem can be restored by this sort of new structures. Next one. Yeah, Qatar is known for sea turtles, and sea turtles. My colleagues, they say that these days, the number of turtles have been reduced. That is known by the number of the abundance of jellyfish, because otherwise the turtles they eat these jellyfish, and there will be a good fishing. But these days they say that number of turtles are reducing. So there is a big program funded by Qatar Petroleum and Qatar University for working on this turtle and keeping them safe and see that it is not disturbed by any force. Next one, please. Dugongs, yes, 30 years ago, they say that something like 670 numbers were there. Only in Qatar, we can find the dugongs next to Australia. But just 1 month ago, my colleagues, they have done some work and they found that something like 840 animals have been traced in these waters. Only in Qatar, we can see next to Australia. That shows that there's not much impact, environment impact due to the present developments. They are mainly found in the Salwa Bay, where the salinity is little higher on the side. And for these dugongs, the main thing which is required is the seagrass meadows, which we can find in the east side of Qatar. Next one, please. Next one. I'll skip this. Next one, please. Yeah. Recently, state of Qatar has started ecotourism. They're spending a lot of money for this purpose. One is kayaking. Tourists and visitors, they can go into this small boat and they can go to very near to the mangrove forest and they can have enjoy the nature's beauty. It is there in the Purple Island as well as in the Al Dhakira regions, ecotourism. There are several locations are earmarked for this. It's another blue economy. Next slide, please. Yeah, everybody knows that most of us might have used the Doha airport. Doha airport is a reclaimed one. Now the Doha seaport is coming up. It is not fully operational. And the Pearl Island. These are all reclaimed from the ocean by dredging the sand. At the same time, the dredged channels are used for different activities, including the port. So it is both ways. It's useful. Though the one beauty of the nature around the Qatar coast is the currents are not that strong. That's strong. One way that is good, but if you take a pollutant aspect, it is not that good. Anyway, we'll see the next slide. Yes, whatever may be the blue economy, if it's to be strong, the atmosphere should play a good role. In this region, there are mainly 3 wind systems are acting: Shamal, Nashi, and Kaus. And I'm not going into the details of that one, but these are very important to sustain the blue economy of the region. Shamal winds that has had a lot of role to play in phytoplankton, bringing the dust and increasing the iron fertilization, bringing nutrients and other things. And next one, please. Circulation and eddies cannot be ignored in the waters in the whole of Arabian Gulf, including the Qatar, and they play a vital role in transporting the pollutant from the Gulf to the Arabian Sea. And we can find next one. We can find several eddies in the Gulf, and we have done some work in the Qatar itself. There are so many eddies. They play a vital role in in maintaining the blue economy of the region. Next one. Yeah, hypoxia. Yes, there are. This is a shallow water region. Qatar is and hypoxia is present there. Still studies are going on. This is we can say that related to pollution. Next one. Because pollution will also be considered in the blue economy. It is a hindrance. Yes, marine debris. We can some of our recent studies show that several types of debris are coming from elsewhere, And in some of the debris, we can find some of the species which are not good to the region. Okay, next slide, please.
Dr. Vedamani?
Yeah, maybe 1 minute, Dr. V. Next one, please. Yeah, tar mat. All along the coast, you can see this tar mat. It is, we believe that it is formed in 1991 due to Gulf War, and almost it is biodegrading, but still it could be, it might be having the toxicity. And it is a big project we have taken up, and the Qatar University to study the aspects of that one. This will affect the ecotourism as well as the beach tourism and also the environment. Next one, please. Yeah. So when we consider blue economy, two aspects have to be considered. It's not just the resources, but what are the driving forces and how climate change or anthropogenic or the pollution matter to this blue economy. That is my final conclusion. Thanks to the organizers and Dr. Ravi for giving this opportunity to present the work.
Thank you, Dr. Vedamani, for a nice presentation about the blue economy perspective of the Qatar. So this concludes this session. So we had about 5 speakers, mainly from India, Africa, Oman, Iran, and Qatar. So various aspects of blue economy in respective country they have presented. I think it was very well done. So due to shortage of time, so maybe I will ask, I think there are few questions on the chat box, but I will make only one questions from one of the audience. Is Mr. Ashok, a marine scientist from Sri Lanka. He's asking just an open question to anybody, everywhere, maybe to all. To what extent our nations have explored the potential of marine-based fertilizer and medical products? Interestingly, I would like to know if there is any breakthrough or innovation, especially on fertilizers. If any of you know the answer, quickly, if you want to convey the message, you can do it. Otherwise, we can send the message later on. Anyone volunteer to answer this? Okay, maybe we can reply later to Ashok. I think thank you very much once again, and all the speakers, and it was very interesting talk. I think it is now time to have more collaboration and good things taken from other country and try to move on with the collaborative way. Thank you once again, and I thank Dr. Atmanand also for providing this opportunity to chair this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravichandran, for excellent chairing of this session. And let me also thank all the speakers for giving an excellent overview of the work that is going on in the Gulf region. We are also thinking that many of you could present at the forthcoming Oceans Conference, which is proposed to come in February next year. Many of these are interesting, and we would like to have presentation from all of you in that in various sessions. So thank you very much. And now we are moving to the last session, that is a concluding session, where we have a panel discussion. So we have the panelists here today. We know that the panelists are really veterans from various fields. One is, we already know, Mr. Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam. He has been introduced earlier. He's a pioneer in blue economy in this region. We have Dr. Satish Shenoy, Vice President IOC and former Director of Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, India. He is a guiding pillar for IOC India, especially for its elevation to a sub-commission. He is a world-renowned physical oceanographer. We have Mr. Christopher Witt, President of IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society. He has been active in IEEE OES and has taken up many volunteering activities. He has participated in many UN decade formulation activities in his region. He is project manager at JASCO Applied Sciences, Canada, and I would like to especially thank him for being at this odd time of the night or early morning, I should say. And the next person is Dr. Pierre Feiler, who has already been introduced. I will only just add that he is a blue economist with a lot of experience in working in the Indian Ocean. Now, in view of the time shortage, I am only having one question which would be asked to all the panelists, and I would request them to answer in the same order which I just read out now. So the after this is over, in case there are some interest from any of the participants, we can maybe take one question or so. The question is as follows. There is some noise coming. I think kindly mute your microphones. Only the speaker need switch it on. Thank you. So the question is as follows. Indian Ocean is least studied and its coasts are prone to many natural hazards. The Indian Ocean rim countries have a lot of untapped resources as far as blue economy is concerned. Where do you see the Indian Ocean region after the conclusion of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development taken up by IOC in 2030? I would request the first panelist, Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam, to please give his views.
Thank you very much, Dr. Atmanan. Especially my thanks to all the speakers for staying with us and giving us a wonderful views on all their countries. Let me say on this question that cooperation and collaboration is the key to the success of sustainability among the IOC countries in 2030. First of all, as you can see, the mariculture. The world now produces around 180 million tons of fish. Half of it comes from culture and half of it comes the capture fisheries. But with the growth of the population by 2030, we will need another 100 million tons of fish. So these 100 million tons of additional fish requirement will not be made from the captured fisheries. So the mariculture or the culture fisheries is the best option. So the countries in the region, through the help of the IOC, can probably set its target to 5 million tons or 3 million tons of fish, so that in 10 years' time, if we can produce those 100 million magic figure, probably the fisheries, the nutritional as well as the fisheries demand will be met. The other aspect, I would say that ocean advisory, we have already improved on that, because in the Indian Ocean, the natural hazards have increased by 470% since 1917. So that means we need more cooperation among the countries of the region on the ocean advisories, whether it comes to cyclone or tsunami or other thing. Then we also need to have studies on the pollution. Either it is micro pollution or it is shipping. Shipping is a big source of pollution. About 100,000 ships passes through the Indian Ocean every year, and that's a big number, and they pollute. So we really do not have any figure how much pollution it is doing, and we need to carry out probably undertake a research through the IOC that how to reduce this pollution so that our ecosystem can remain better than what we are, and also our sea environment remains better than what we are. Business as usual attitude cannot be accepted. So the blue governance must be implemented through proper planning and coordination so that we have an Indian Ocean which we might have seen maybe 50 years back, and we should be able to bring back those paradigm in the Indian Ocean so that the next generation, we may not be here for very long, especially many of us sitting here, but our generation should be able to watch and see an Indian Ocean which would be productive, healthy, and would be able to provide all the sustenance needed after and beyond 2030. Thank you, Atmanan, and thank you all the very brilliant presentations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral. That was a good point which we have to take up. And now let me request Dr. Satish Shenoy to give his views.
Thank you, Dr. Atmanand, and the other organizers of this session. And also my thanks to all the speakers who gave wonderful talks about the activities going on around the Indian Ocean in various countries. So to specifically answer your question, what you are asking is, where do you see the Indian Ocean region after the conclusion of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainability taken up by IOC in 2030? That is down the 10-year period or during the coming decade, where I envisage that the Indian Ocean will regarding the sustainable development will stand. I feel that we will make a big progress in this region. Only point I just want to underscore, because I don't want to go and list out what are the various types of activities under the blue economy, etc., etc. That all of us knows, and most of those presentations spoke about the activities in different regions or countries in the Indian Ocean. I think we have to look at all these activities, whatever we are taking up. It is every country's need that we have to tap the blue economy to increase the income of the people in each of those countries. There is no second opinion about that. But we should also keep in mind that we are dealing with the oceans and the ecosystem on the background of the climate change which is happening. In that regard, I would like to stress few points. One is, as you know, that the Indian Ocean is warming at a much faster rate than other global oceans. So the weather and climate definitely comes to our mind. Not only that, it is going to affect the hazards. For example, the type of cyclones, the intensity of cyclones, duration of cyclones, frequency of cyclones, etc., etc., are getting modified by this warming Indian Ocean. There are good research established that, and also the sea level rise which is happening, and more importantly, from the ocean point of view, the acidification and the deoxygenation, because this is going to affect our fisheries in a large extent. So we had to work out our sustainability, not only from the anthropogenic interventions. Of course, the anthropogenic interventions, whatever we are planning, should conform to the sustainable development. But what we are doing is on another perturbation, what is going on all over the world. So I think we should do that, and we should take care of that. Now, in this regard, I would like to mention that one is the UN Decade of Ocean for Sustainable Development. And another major effort which is going on in the Indian Ocean right now or during the past 5 years is that International Indian Ocean Expedition 2. All of us knows that the modern oceanography in the Indian Ocean region accelerated, or even I will not be wrong if I say that took birth after the first International Indian Ocean Expedition in 1960-65 period. So after the 50 years, many countries came together and started this International Indian Ocean Expedition 2, and which has very specific 6 science themes, which are addressing basically on how this climate change aspects, each of these aspects are going to affect our region. So I feel that now that the program is extended till 2025, sponsored or supported by IOC, SCORE, and IOGUS, a regional association in the Indian Ocean region. So that program is going to bring out a lot more data and a lot more science and information, and the efforts of the Ocean Decade, which is looking at transforming the research to the applications or governance for the sustainable development. I think we are in a very good situation right now. One side, we are concentrating on understanding the science through IOE2 like international program, and other side, Decade of the Ocean programs are going to help us in converting this science for governance and direct applications for the societal requirements. So I am seeing a very bright future down the line by 2030 for the Indian Ocean region. But we should, as my previous panelist also spelled out, that we should take advantage of this. So that is where IOC India has a role to play in catalyzing these new aspects which are going to emerge about the science and applicability of Indian Ocean. And IOC India has to play the right role in catalyzing as well as bringing different member states like on this platform together. So for that, I feel that all the member states in this region should vehemently support and request IOC to elevate the status of IOC India from a regional committee to a subsidiary body, because that will be very helpful in conducting a lot more activities like what we have today in the Indian Ocean region, and also the capacity building and the cooperation. For example, none of us have enough resources to make long-term observations of the ocean. For example, warming of the ocean, the acidification or deoxygenation, etc., etc. So we have to pool our resources together through regional as well as international cooperations, and we should take advantage during this decade time, and we should make the Indian Ocean region and the blue economy, what is developing in this region, is truly sustainable and beneficial for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shenoy, for an excellent overview as to how to move forward in this region. I hope that we all can take clues from your suggestion and move forward. Now, I would request the next panelist, Mr. Christopher Witt, to give his views, please.
Thank you, Dr. Abhinand, and thank you to the organizers of this summit for inviting me to contribute. I really appreciate the invitation, and I have to say that the theme of what I'm going to say will be very much in agreement with the previous panelists, and that is about cooperation. I heard in one of the talks somebody was saying that talking about harvesting the resources of the ocean for the blue economy, that we don't say resource extraction, and I think that's an interesting point to think about. really over the course of the ocean decade, I hope that we all can think about moving from taking and using and discarding, but we look at the ocean as part of a move to a circular economy where we plan from start to start of the resources we need to sustain a healthier society. We all agree how important the ocean is for the well-being of humans and for the well-being of the economy. And I think that's what the blue economy is about. I really liked that somebody already mentioned the ocean panel, and looking at the report from the ocean panel, there's a few really interesting key phrases that they use there in that report. And one of them I like is that it's not a competition between producing and conserving the ocean, but those things have to actually work together. We have to produce more and protect more to get more prosperity. So to achieve these goals at the end of the ocean decade in the Indian Ocean, we need coordination, as the other panelists already said. We need capacity building. We need awareness in society, and those things only will come through the efforts of all the people in this meeting. The Oceanic Engineering Society, of course, will contribute our part. We will provide the communities to discuss the science, the technology, the engineering advancements that are needed, the coordination that's needed, and the Oceans Conference in 2022, February, was already mentioned. That's just one of the venues where we can come together and coordinate our activities to achieve the goals for the Ocean Decade. Throughout this whole summit, I heard several common themes. I heard talk about awareness in society, investment, both investment of money and resources, but also investment of energy and awareness and attention. And to achieve the goals, the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN and the goals of the Ocean Decade, we need to leverage that awareness, that investment to engage with policymakers, decision makers in government. And at the very beginning, one of the presenters said that those decisions, those management decisions should be science-based and evidence-based. And so I think all the pieces that we need to achieve the goals of the Ocean Decade, to have a successful blue economy, to support the well-being of human health and for the, economic health, is all present in all the presentations today. And what we need at the end of the 2030, end of the Ocean Decade, is for each person, each country, each institution represented here to coordinate and contribute their part so that together we make up the whole that will achieve the goals of the Ocean Decade. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chris, for giving the overview and the support that could be done from IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society for the science and technology part of the Ocean Decade. Thank you. We will move to the last panelist, Dr. Pierre. Please, your comments.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I don't know why you put me at the end, because more or less everybody has said what I wanted to say. Anyway, I will try to say something. I think we need two things. We need organization and action. Otherwise, we will be in 2030 at the same position that we are at the moment. And I think this is where the IOC, and more particularly this commission, the Indian Ocean Commission, has a key role to play in order to organize and to coordinate what should be done. That's the first thing. So that's why, so saying this, I think we can move to what we need to do in terms of action. Okay, and action in two things. I think you mentioned, the threat that the region is suffering at the moment, regarding climate change, and also, the untapped potential. So actions for improving the resilience of the coastal ecosystems, okay, and actions towards, the enhancement, we can say, or the best use of the potential. Okay, so that's the two actions that we need to define, okay, collectively. And this is something important. We need to define it collectively in order that we don't have any external externalities as presented. So there's a lot of money available everywhere. EU has a lot of money. The World Bank has some money, and I think this can be a good opportunity to maybe to have a joint action between the Asian Development Bank and the African Development Bank. So money is available. So it's just a question of setting up some nice actions for the next decade. So that's and again, this is where the IOC can play a key role. And I suggested earlier on, and I think this is something that is still possible, is to define a joint EU, and we can include the UK, even we are not, a member of the EU, we are still part of the EU research initiative. We can develop a very good and a long-term specific call EU, research EU, Indian Ocean countries to develop such research and innovation actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierre. And we have gone through one round, and we have one question from the audience. I will request any one of you to answer. The question is from Dr. Venugopalan. His question is as follows. UN Decade of Oceans has a target to meet by 2030. But are there checkpoints? And if so, what are they and by when? So anyone can take this. Otherwise, maybe we have got a veteran sitting there, Dr. Vladimir. I will request him to speak. I think he is the apt person to speak on this. But before that, any of the panelists would like to give their views?
As far as I understand, there are, but I think Vladimir is the right person to respond on this question.
I request Dr. Vladimir to respond, please.
Thank you very much. I actually really wanted to say something at the end of this meeting, so you gave me that chance. So it was a great meeting, and indeed, just before I switch to the real response to the question, I'd like to say that what I heard today, and knowing also what is happening in terms of the Indian Ocean expedition, and also understanding now better how ocean economy depends on ocean conditions, I think we have fantastic field for work and fantastic perspectives ahead of us. So milestones and checkpoints. So indeed, there is a special section in the implementation plan of the decade on monitoring and evaluation. So there will be some periodic reports, there will be midterm report, there will be final report. So everyone will know where we are in the decade. But probably even more importantly, I would like to state that according to the resolution of United Nations General Assembly, the decade is starting without any additional without any budget or any structure. So we have to create all of that. And because of that, initial years of the decade are the years of co-creation, years of co-design. So and we always will be looking at programs that are approved. What is the progress in these programs? And also knowing the progress, also knowing potential lack of programs, knowing what is missing, we will be stimulating other programs so we will move forward kind of in frontal way, covering all the issues. So indeed, checking where we are on the way to 2030 is a key element of co-design of the whole duration of the decade. And the Decade Advisory Board will be the main vehicle for looking into this and seeing where we are. So IOC will be analyzing all the time what is happening on the basis of reports, and then we'll have continuous brainstorming with the Decade Advisory Board, and also we're going to have a Decade Forum and many other means. So I would like to say that on the 19th of May, please try to remember that date. There will be a meeting of national committees for the decade. So please join that meeting, and then we will learn how to use the platforms that we established to cooperate between countries. Because it is not only about informing the national committees, there's also a possibility for you to meet other people from other countries in the region and start working together. So yeah, This is the decade is mostly about cooperation, and indeed the modern leadership is in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vladimir, for the final excellent briefing, which would be beneficial to everybody. So before concluding, I would like to, I will request everybody to once again come, with the camera switched on. I have been putting in the chat, but still I am not getting everybody. So I request all to kindly switch on the camera for at least a minute so that we can take in multiple pages. You could just come. Yes, some more are there still. Some more are there, looks like. Kindly come so that we can just take it. Some more, sorry. Some more are there. Kindly just come. Okay, I think that's so nice of you to have come on to take the photograph. So we have come to the end of today's discussion, and we have slightly overstretched by more than 15 minutes. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our chairman of the organizing committee, Rear Admiral Khurshid Alam, and all the other committee members who had been providing valuable inputs. And I would like to thank Dr. Vladimir, who has been supportive in organizing this event, and Mr. Justin, who was full support for me to conduct the events. And let me thank the Ocean Society of India, especially Dr. Ravichandran, the president of that, who has really given the full support for today's event, the technical support. And I would like to thank Professor Prasad, who has been a real support in organizing this event, and Dr. Shaktivel Sami, who is really behind the scene and taking care of the complete event, including the presentations, etc. Dr. Avinash, who has done a lot of artwork in all these activities. And I would like to thank all the speakers without whom we could not have had this event. And really thank you so much that you really sent the presentations and stuck to the time, and it was so nice. So thank you very much, and we request all of you to participate at the Oceans Conference. Let me thank the chairs, Dr. Venugopalan and again Dr. Ravichandran for conducting the event, and all the participants. There were totally more than 100 participants, combining the WebEx as well as the YouTube. And what we will do is, there are so many questions which have not been answered. We will collate the questions and try to get answers, and we will mail to you. And please keep safe, and wish all of you a COVID-free life soon, when we can meet and maybe talk person to person instead of checking through this video screen. So thank you very much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Atmanan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Atmanan. Bye.
Thank you, Pierre.
All the best to you. All the best.
Thank you all.
Somebody was asking to repeat the date.
Thank you all. Thank you,
19th of
Dr.
May.
Atman,
19
Mr.
May.
Vladimir, all the colleagues. Bye.
And thank you, Vladimir, for staying with us for 4 hours. Thank you very much.
Ok. Bye. Merci.
Okay,
Au
bye.
revoir. Bonne journée.
So thank you, Dr. Justin and our Sami. Sami, you are there or?
Shall I close it?
You can. I think I just want to thank you once again for the excellent support you gave. It was so nice of you.
Yeah,
You
no.
really did a good job. I was really a bit worried about the bandwidth issues because the number comes more or something. But anyway, nothing happened. Everything went in clockwise precision.
Sami, you can take a recording and send it to Dr. Atma.
Yeah, right, sir. Right, right,
Yes.
right. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.